destined to be a savior. Bleach me to dust, let darkness take this over. Unveil the sorry, death and strawberry. The bravest, the only will to believe. Calling me, shrieking out loud. Ghost inside of me, hauntingly hypnotize me. Chasing lights into the night, through black and white. This blade right by my side. There's nothing I've left to lose. I owe this life to
so I'm definitely not muted. Do you hear me now? Like, I don't know why it stops working randomly, but I should be coming through now. Like I was asking earlier, like, does it sound better now as I switch mics back to the one I'm supposed to use? I'm not getting anything from YouTube. A beer versus oak. I guess we'll just move forward. I don't want to waste any more time. Is the sound quality better? It is? Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why it was muted earlier. I muted it and then unmuted it and that fixed it. Just the mysteries of troubleshooting tech stuff, I guess. I don't know. Sometimes that's all you gotta do. Beautiful. So a beer versus oak. A beer will be on the left, oak will be on the right. Anyway, we're doing my intro. Welcome to the first event of 2026. Again, had some spare time on my hands, so decided to host this Thursday. Still on that winter break. And yeah, it's been a great break for me and had a chance to relax, play some games, all the rest of it, so might stream more Kingdom Come Deliverance. I know some of you have been kind of tuning into that one. It's been on a little bit of a hiatus because of Dispatch and some other games, but it will be coming back for sure. I plan to finish the DLC on my channel. And beyond that, I'll definitely be present for the USFC. Russ Mitchell might show up that day. And I emphasize might. I can't promise that with 100% certainty, but he has expressed interest in that. And if his day goes a certain way, it is totally possible that he will jump in. And beyond that, there is also the collab event with the Def Duel VR Discord. All the information is in the announcements on Discord. Go check that out if you're interested. And with that, we'll get straight into the event. I don't want to waste any more time because it is a big event. I'm very impressed with the turnout. Some new players, some veterans have all come together today. We've got 15 people. It's a shame we wasted 10 minutes on that audio difficulty, but it is what it is. My mic's sometimes finicky that way. It's a great mic. It's just that for some reason it'll sometimes just not work. And I have to go through some troubleshooting steps to fix that. But at least once it is working, it works very well. Okay, a beer on the left, oak on the right. The audio quality in this headset is very good too. Like you can hear if there's like an NPC talking to your left, it sounds like there's actually somebody to your left. It's pretty cool. And it's very, very convincing. Very good directional hearing. Very immersive for Kingdom Come Deliverance. I remember during a stream, I was like, there was an NPC talking, and I turned to my left like IRL. Because I was like, what the hell? It was so cool. Anyway, let's focus on the fight here. Oak going with Yazik. A beer, he's a newer member of the community, but recently he has picked up Barabash and Yon. And so far he's surprised us a lot with how much he's improved. So I suspect this will be a disputed fight. And by the way, for those who are unaware of how I run my double eliminations, it is best of 3, 7 flags. And we are on the November version just because the current state of the game is not ideal for competitive play. So all this means is that you get access to all the characters, but the buggy changes that were recently added are not in the game. So basically nothing changes for you guys. The only difference is the game feels way better. Okay, so it's been quite a back and forth. Oak getting tired, but Abir doesn't want to overextend because he knows that Oak can quickly tag his head. Yazik is very fast with his cuts. Random pause. Maybe Oak is having some lag. I know Abir's good to go, but I know Oak sometimes has the... what do you call it? The sudden lag. Could also just be a spike. It happens. That's pretty normal for Parsec, but nice low cut there. Lands. Oh, yes, I don't think I'm on game capture right now. That's fine. It's not a big deal. I'll switch that on after this round. It just means that you guys can see all the other windows. It's not a big deal. But a bit jarring. Oak maintaining a slight lead, but Abir is definitely making this a fight. Perfect sidestep there. Love seeing that from Abir. One of the problems that Abir was having before was he was sidestepping out of measure, but right now I'm noticing that his sidesteps are in measure for the most part, and he's also feinting them sometimes. Bit of a burp there. Uses long guard to block the thrust, and then uses the push cut. It's technically not a stab, although often it does behave like a stab in some ways. It is technically a cut. So very good choice to counter that thrust after long guard. You can see Oak is having to get crafty here as Abir is starting to get a lead this round. Good exchange. Barbash is also a very fast character, as you can see, so Abir is able to more or less fight Oak on equal terms in that regard. Nice low cut, then goes in to try and finish, but Oak punches him out of the YY. The YY was a little bit reckless there, especially against the Yazik's guard. You typically don't want to initiate against it with something that is easy to block, if you can get countered straight after. Good defense by Abir after the initial attack didn't work, but Oak is able to tag him in the middle of that dash. That was nicely done. Also, welcome Buko to the chat. I forgot to mention, Buko is a veteran of the server. He's been with us for a long time. And he pops in from time to time. He's not active anymore, at least compared to before, but we always are very happy to see him. He was around in the days of Warden and Kexoid and all those other veterans. And Abir actually manages to take it. A very disputed fight, but nevertheless he got it. Okay, I'll just turn on the game capture. That should be on now. There we go. Just so you guys don't have to see me tabbing out the whole time. We're not done yet, by the way, guys, so it's not a round robin. Yeah, Happy New Year, Buko. Amazing to think that this game, at least the demo, came out in 2020. And very soon it's gonna be 6 years since that date. Yeah, Beer's been making Oak work here, and Oak is now down a round. very impressive performance so far. A great start to the tournament as well. Good tactical saber play by both of them. But Abir is able to come around the outside and tag that hand with a sidestep. And Oak is struggling to cope with that right now. Abir trying a sidestep a little bit too early there, and Oak immediately calls him out. That's usually how Oak tries to play. He tries to punish your mistakes instantly where possible. But Abir has not been presenting that many opportunities for that, although he is getting a bit tired now, and Oak is going to try and pounce, keeps going with all these attacks, the punch, and then the cut and the thrust. Oak definitely had initiative on his side there, but Abir was doing a good job of staying in the fight with that side movement. And crazy fast exchange there. Yeah, exactly. His sidestep game is a lot better than it used to be. And he's getting these leg cuts in out of nowhere too when Oak is not expecting it. And it makes it difficult for Oak to move around. Although sometimes, yeah, Oak fights like a caged animal when that happens. I'll tell you what, Daisy, if you use a saber, whether it's Jan or one of those characters, even Samuel, you'll improve just as quickly, if not faster, with how much experience you have right now. Unfortunately, Marie is in that sort of a state where you can be a fantastic Marie player and still really struggle because she's the weakest character in the game. And it's a shame because I think Marie actually has the tools to be a great character. We've seen that in previous builds before, but yeah, Plebeian's been practicing a lot, I can't confirm, been sparring with him a little bit. Although I got distracted by Def Duel VR as well. I was doing the fights against the AI to earn those legendary weapons. I got the chainsaw sword, which looks like it's straight out of Warhammer 40k. It's a fun mix, that game, of historical and like there's some fantasy weapons too if you get the DLC version and grind for them. Can't wait to try that weapon out. Nice upcut to the arm by Abir. And Oak is a little bit ahead, but we've seen this before, and Abir was still able to convert to a victory in the end, so really that's not saying very much that Oak is slightly ahead. When two fighters are evenly matched like this, the sidestep is able to get Abir mostly out of harm's way. He takes that hit to the arm instead of the head, which would have been devastating. That particular cut is fast, but it doesn't hit the hardest. Abir getting tired from all these sidesteps. He does have to be careful, but he actually goes in for the attack. And maybe Oak didn't expect that. He was kind of retreating on autopilot with that cut. There's the next, nicely done by Abir. Wow. He goes low, and that's a trademark tactic that I use, is you go low, and then you strike to the head with that sidestep. Beautifully done by Abir, and I'm afraid it is over, as it is best of 3. Oak will be sent down to the loser's bracket, if you can believe it. So that's an early knockout. Well, not complete knockout. He still has a chance in the loser's bracket. But nevertheless, a little bit of an upset, I would say. But Abir definitely proving his mettle with Barabash. He is somebody to watch out for. Yeah, it'll be a while till you fight next, so go ahead. Now is definitely the best time to go eat. Now we've got Plebeian against John the Baptist. A play on John the Baptist. I think I'll call him Baptist because that's kind of... Because otherwise John is kind of... I don't know, pedestrian? I don't think he'd like that, so I'll do that. Okay, let's see if Plebeian is around. I saw him in the chat, so... Oak's got a hangover, doesn't count. That could be. Maybe Yazuk is a bit weaker this build. I know we talk about how Kubold's updates have been causing problems and blah blah blah, but I think it is fair to say that Yazuk got a little bit stronger since some of these changes as well. So there have been some positives, even within those negative changes. And it's so easy to focus on the negatives, but if you look for positives, even in the current build, you can find them. But that's not to take away from the fact that Kubold probably needs to reassess a little bit, I think. But that's not what today's about. Today's about having some fun, having some good old saber duels and whatever other weapons people want to bring to the table. And we're just going to kill each other this New Year's Day and forget about all of that for today. Plebeian and John are both here, John the Baptist. Plebeian will take the left to start us off. For those who are unaware, if you look at the bracket, which is on challenge, how that works is that the person on top in the bracket typically gets the left side. Name's a little bit tough to fit there. I hope Baptist is okay. I know you're John, though, John the Baptist, so. Okay, Plebeian on the left, John the Baptist on the right. Is Plebeian here? I thought I saw him. Yeah. If anybody needs keyboard, let me know as well. Yeah, it's gonna be. I could fit it, but it's a little bit of a hassle. So, Plebeian on the left, and John the Baptist on the right. Gideon, interesting. Love to see different characters being experimented with, including by the new players, not just the veterans. So let's see what happens. Gideon is not seen very often lately. He's suffered a little bit as far as the balancing, but let's see if he can bring something new to the table with Gideon. There are some good Gideon mains out there still, but has struggled. Plebeian with nice single tempos using his reach there. John the Baptist is also pretty new to the community. Newer than even Abir is, so there's a double, nice. But the point is, Plebeian is a veteran with Zera, so it's going to be a tough fight, especially overcoming this reach advantage. That's something that'll take a little bit of experience to overcome, I would say. Good exchange between these two, but Plebeian is able to switch it up with the double cuts there. Beautifully done. McDoping registered, then went to sleep, so won't be fighting. Yeah. It is what it is. We've got lots of fights, so it's not like it'll hold us up. I've honestly seen crazier things, so it's not a huge deal. Could have genuinely forgot to. Like, I don't want to assume the worst of intentions, but and there's the first flag for John the Baptist. Fantastic name, by the way. Manages to get in and make it messy, and he gets another kill. But definitely really struggling against Plebeian right now, who is using Zera a lot like how a German longsworder should use him, and that's to single tempo. Effectively, that means to defend yourself by killing your opponent, not to defend yourself first, then kill your opponent. You're sort of doing it at the same time. It's a subtle difference at first when you hear it, but it means you fundamentally approach the way you fight very, very differently. Oh, John the Baptist might have some lag, maybe? He just stopped moving out of nowhere. Also, welcome, Benator. Glad to see you in the chat as well. Okay, let's see what's up. I'm being pinged. Wi-Fi broke? Oh, that's why. He straight up lost connection. Alright, I'll kick you out, then you can just rejoin. That's not a big deal. I'm glad so far we're not really having much for technical issues on my side. I thought the mic thing was a prelude to things to come, which would have been very unfortunate, but it looks like it's not, so that's good. Uppercutted to sleep. Well, I hope that he wasn't knocked out, but that would be very unfortunate if so. And in that case, it's not really his fault, I guess. Hope he got seen by a doctor if that's what's happening, or if that... But, otherwise, let's continue with the fight. Nice thrust there, a kick there, and then Plebeian delivers a cut to the arm, and another cut finally finishes it. A little... It was a little bit concerning there when he didn't kill with those first two hits, but that's what Gideon can do sometimes. He's a bit chunky, he's got some HP, but he can also be stun locked very easily, so... Plebeian was still able to secure that kill. And regardless of that too, regardless of his HP, this is a game about historical swordplay, so if you deliver the right cut at the right place, Gideon will still be killed in one go. Switch sides, John the Baptist, or Baptist I should say, on the left. Oh, so no problem, John, it's not a big deal. We have technical issues all the time. That's definitely not at all close to the worst that we've had. Good sidestep by John the Baptist, and he gets the first flag this round, despite being outmatched that first round. Reminder, if you do lose, by the way, they're not actually out of the tournament yet, because it is a double elimination. Think of it as having 2 lives, for those who are unaware of how that works. It just means you're in the loser's bracket. You won't be in the winner's bracket anymore. But it is still possible to win from the loser's bracket. It just means you gotta work for it. Trade of cuts there. And goes in. I like the aggression from John the Baptist. He's trying to get close. Although, there's definitely some moves that I think he has to learn with Gideon to take that Gideon to the next level. From what I understand about Gideon's moveset, he still has the right idea in mind. He knows that he's got a shorter weapon, so he knows that at some point he does have to close in and get aggressive. And actually that's paying off well. It's kind of throwing Plebeian off balance this round. So Plebeian might need to reassess a little bit, just to make sure he secures that win, because otherwise, you never know, it could be a 1-1 situation. And we've seen that before. New players act in ways that the veterans aren't used to, and sometimes they actually win fights. And there's definitely a skill to learning how to overcome fencers who are less predictable. Especially in a game like this, it is pretty hazardous sometimes when a new player is doing random stuff, because that random stuff is still dangerous if you let it hit you. I'm not saying John the Baptist, by the way, is doing random moves per se, but just that he might have explosions of aggression that players don't expect, because it's not quote-unquote his turn to defend or to attack. And that's just one of those concepts of tempo that you learn as you play the game. But sometimes not obeying those rules can actually surprise people. Nevertheless, Plebeian is able to recover there. I think experience prevailed there. But John the Baptist, you're not out yet. It is still double elimination. Now we got Captain Adler against Grid Square. Nice, I can fit Grid Square in there. I think I saw a Grid Square earlier. Yep, here he is. And so far, the tournament is going relatively smoothly. I know somebody was asking, like, how long can this event be? Because it is a big event, we could be talking 3 hours, 4 hours, that type of thing, just so that people know. But we'll see. It is a pretty big event. So honestly, if we get technical issues, it could even be 5 hours. But hopefully it won't be. Okay, Captain Adler and Grid Square are both here. Captain Adler will take the left side. Grid Square on the right. If you guys need keyboard, as usual, let me know. Just give me a ping or something, and I'll immediately give you a keyboard. Looks like Captain Adler is a controller player, but Grid Square, if you are on keyboard, just let me know. It's not a big deal. I just gotta switch keyboard on for you. Yeah. Alright, awesome. That's not a big deal. Alright, you should be able to select now. Click the window as well. That's usually a good tip to make sure your controls go through. There you go. Let's see who Grid Square uses. Another new addition to the community, and also Captain Adler as well, though Captain Adler has been with us a little bit longer at this point, so really curious to see how this fight will go. Kalkstein against Marie. It is a matchup I have not seen in a very long time, actually. Because Calc is not played very often, so let's see what happens with that. Broadsword against Rapier. Really cool matchup IRL, by the way. Ever watched some Broadsword versus Rapier fights? They're actually very interesting. This is a matchup that Marie can actually win, I would say. As Calc has been kind of on the short end of the stick with recent updates, but even there, even without that, I think style-wise, Marie just has the tools to take care of Calc, so even in Calc's best state, Marie was a little bit of a threat. And it's 1-1 right now. Good blade beat, finishing it off. Yeah, his moveset is good, but a lot of players have been complaining that his moves have been missing a lot. Maybe that's better on the November 2025 version, but apparently a lot of stuff just isn't landing like it used to. At least in the December/January now version. Big cut out of measure is nearly punished. That was a good try by Captain Adler. But Grid Square goes in with some cuts, and it's 2-2. Upcut there, trying to displace the blade, and goes in with another upcut, but he misses. And actually, Captain Adler wins that. That was well done. Using long guard there, trying to close in. The broadsword is a little bit shorter than that rapier, so it is up to Grid Square to find some way to close in. Captain Adler is a bit of a rising star with Marie, from what I've seen. Not as good as, say, Daisy or Info yet on paper, but definitely making some stuff work, so happy to see it, even if Marie's in a bit of a questionable state right now. I do like seeing people trying to put in the time to make her as good as she can be. And it makes me think back to the time when Marie was actually very dangerous and some of the best players were using her. Ooh, double. Thrust attempt there doesn't quite land for either of them. Good blade beat, but backs off instead of capitalizing, but it's understandable because if that blade beat didn't work, Captain Adler would have to get out of there probably, because then that would give Calc an opportunity. So it made a lot of sense. A lot of even the best players do that all the time. They manage to land something that they don't expect, and they retreat on instinct. And oftentimes that instinct is correct, but sometimes it's not. Big cuts out of measure there, and pays for with 2 stabs, but not quite a kill shot. And the triangle beautifully done once more. Actually a very dangerous move if you're not careful, regardless of Marie's current state. And Captain Adler needs one more to secure this win. Triangle again out of measure, possibly trying to provoke, and then there's a stab to the arm as that did provoke some cuts out of measure. Very nicely done by Captain Adler, who gets a convincing victory this round. But it's not over yet. Grid Square still gets another chance to try and stay in the winner's bracket. I got pinged somewhere. Oh, I think it was Russ Mitchell. He and I have been chatting on Discord a little bit. Alright, switch sides. If it's anything related to USFC, I'll let you guys know, but otherwise, we've been talking about some other stuff as well. Yeah, there's nothing related to USFC, I'm afraid, but what I said earlier remains true. It is possible that he might show up for that event, so it'll be really special if he does, but there's no 100% guarantee yet, and there probably won't be until like right up until the event, so. But he's thinking about us, he told me, so it's definitely on the table. The guru, for people who don't know, by the way, Russ Mitchell is a YouTuber over with Winged Saber Historical Fencing. He does Folkosh content, and especially he does Austro-Hungarian like saber content. And so he's very interested in the game. And apparently is a fantastic instructor. And he's also the grandfather of the classic saber meme that I sometimes post about the saber definitions. One of his best videos is about sabers before Napoleon in Europe. And I highly, highly recommend that lecture that he did. That's where that meme comes from, and it's also where he discusses a lot of stuff about saber definitions and what is a saber. It gets complicated very fast, believe it or not, so. If you're curious about the origin of the term Dusak as well, he mentions that there, because it's directly related. Good stab to the face there by Grid Square. By the way, Plebeian, I was basically spamming that move in Death Duel VR against the AI, because they really hate being stabbed in the face. So if you want a trick to sort of grind the AI a lot in that game, stab right to the face overhead. With a shield is even better too. Do a Marina type thing. Just stab right to the face. The AI doesn't really know what to do. But that's an issue with VR in general. That's nothing that's unique with this game. If you play Blade and Sorcery, you play Hell Split Arena, AI often struggles to track stabs effectively. So stabs are often a way to quickly win a fight in these sword fighting games. Yeah, at least when you're stuck with a sword, that's a good idea. Down the road, of course, there's stuff like pull arms, which are even better, but... Oh, nice. Yeah. And nothing I'm saying is to hate on these VR games. I think it's just a genuine struggle with a lot of these physics-based sword fighting games. Like, how do we get AI to track these stabs effectively? That's where we get Long Guard as well. It's a bit of a band-aid solution, but that's the motivation behind it, is my understanding. Captain Adler takes it. Well, Plebeian, you can still play in the Hellish Quart side of the event as well, but it's totally up to you. It sounds like, by the way, for those who are unaware, for the Death Duel VR event, there will be some Hellish Quart players showing up to that one, so that'll be pretty cool. You guys will be able to bet on some of your friends from the Hellish Quart community, so that'll be cool. I know Synth Usami is over there. She's been a little bit inactive of Hellish Quart. That's because she's been so active with Death Duel VR, testing the game, so that's where she's been if you're curious. Else she does pop in on the server from time to time. Okay, Luck. I believe Mick Doping is, he was either knocked out or he's asleep, something like that. So we'll skip that fight for now. And we'll go with Slothful against Castar. All right, great fight though, guys. That was a pleasure to watch. That's a matchup we don't see very much. Yeah, that's a good point that Plebeian made there. The AI is fun to fight against, but it's if you start cheesing it or you start using real fencing skill, it gets destroyed a lot of the time. But it's still fun to use as a test dummy or fun to just mess around with different weapons or magic or whatever else that you've got. Okay, Slothful on the left, Castar on the right. I've also mostly recovered from my cold, so that's nice. I think it's still kind of lingering, a little bit of congestion, but I don't feel sick at all, and my nose is more or less cleared up, so just mild congestion down in my throat. Well, so far it's been good for most people, so we'll see how it goes and go from there. Just let me know if you run into any issues. Slothful on the left, Castar on the right. If anybody needs keyboard as well, let me know. Oh, okay. Yeah, no worries. You can take the left. Click the window as well if it's not responding. Sometimes you have to do that after clicking off. So click the window, then try pressing something on your keyboard. So I gave you a keyboard just now, so. Alright, let's. Sometimes you just have to back out as well, and it'll work. Actually, let me. Nice, alright, all that's off. I just wanted to double check that. I didn't notice anything, but good to make sure we're not messing with those. I call them training wheels. They're not good for optimal PvP, but they can be training wheels essentially for people who are very new. Yeah, everybody's been getting colds lately and flus. Certainly where I'm at, we've had record levels even for winter of just respiratory illnesses in general. Not just the cold, but COVID, and because COVID has kind of sprung up again a little bit, and we also have tuberculosis in the homeless population, which is pretty scary. What else? There's like this RSV or something like that, virus or whatever, and the flu. But yeah, tuberculosis is especially hitting the homeless population hard right now. And tuberculosis spreads like wildfire, so it's the most infectious disease out there. And it's quite likely actually that most of you guys watching this right now have it. You just have the latent version, not the one that actually makes you sick. So For some people, it's like a ticking time bomb, but for other people, it infects them right away. Good cut to the head. And I don't say that to scare you guys, it's just, you know, it's the reality that there's probably billions of people out there right now who have it one way or another. And we have treatments for it now, at least in developed countries, but it actually can get resistant to antibiotics, so you definitely don't want to get the dangerous version if you can avoid it. Anyway, back to the fight here. Nice saber fight between these two. Castar going with Sava, and Swaffle going with Yazoo. Now, Spotful is, again, a new member of the community. I have not seen him fight before, but it seems he's a Yazuk main, or at least wanted to try Yazuk. I'm not sure which, but he seems to know what he's doing with Yazuk, more or less. Castar is also new to the community, but not as new, as far as I know. Recently picked up Sava, which I'd like to see. Even though Sava is kind of... a lot of people think he could use a little bit of buffing. I still have noticed there are people out there who can make him work surprisingly well. So, he's definitely not hopelessly bad or anything like that. He is definitely competitively viable. Okay, possibly a lag spike. Don't be afraid to pause, by the way, guys. If there is some kind of lag spike, just let it pass if that happens. It usually doesn't last forever. I appreciate the sportsmanship. For those who are new as well, we typically long guard to signal that we're ready to go. We should probably put a note of that somewhere just so people know, because it's actually not always obvious. It's something we take for granted because we know how all that works in the community, but a new player might not know. So you sort of spam long guard to tell your opponent that you're good to go. Anyway, Castar is making a bit of a comeback. His experience is starting to take control back, I would say. Still a disputed fight, though. By no means is this round over yet. A bunch of attacks there by Swaffle, getting very aggressive with these fast cuts, but not able to hit the hand. Nearly tags the hand there as Castar tried to punish. There's a hit to the arm. These fast cuts from Yazuk are sometimes very difficult to deal with combined with his guard. Good feint there. Getting a bit exhausted there though, Castar. Gotta watch that stamina. Especially as Swaffle tries to close in for the kill. That does reduce your auto guard, but he does get a hit to the head before Swaffle can complete that cut. So, Castar takes that first round. Now we'll switch sides. I still have the old Oculus Rift, by the way. People talking about VR. And it still works, believe it or not, even though Meta doesn't officially support it anymore. I still managed to download some old software, and it works just as well as it used to. So I definitely will need to upgrade at some point, but for now, I'm still more than happy to use that. It does what I need it to do. It's not ideal, but I've got the space for it, so it's not a big hassle. Yeah, it definitely shows, plebeian. And that's a double to start us off. Yeah, that's understandable. That's a pretty common issue with VR, the motion sickness stuff. I don't get it, but I know there's a lot of people who do. And yeah, if it's severe, like, you just can't play. It's, definitely not trivial. Good hits there by Castar to start us off. I generated bracket. I think that's a bit much. Anyway, there's a trade of cuts there. Piper against Daisy after this, by the way. That'll be a fight. Daisy, by now, I would say, is a very, very experienced player. And Piper, of course, is a veteran of the server. So, I'd say those two, like, either one could win at that point. It's down to skill and just how they're feeling that day, what characters they pick, that type of thing. Good snipe there. By Slothful, but Slothful gets killed right there. Castar with a nice hit. Still no Cephalon, yeah. I remember that, it just randomly brought up Cephalon. And there's actually, for those who are not aware, so that's a funny meme that we had for the longest time, that Cephalon was destined, I think it was to beat Warden, was it? Or something like that. He was destined to win. But the reason why the AI brought up Cephalon is because it found somebody in a YouTube comment section somewhere and then the AI just latched onto that name. So it hallucinated that some random commenter on YouTube was like a major member of the community. It's incredible sometimes where AI gets its random shit that it spouts from. Like, it just looks at random YouTube comments and is like, oh yeah, this guy right here, like, he's the guy. But point is, it actually didn't get it from nowhere, but it did make it up all the same. And it just goes to show how unreliable AI is. It will find some random thing and just latch on. Crazy that corporations are spending billions and billions of dollars on such useless junk, but here we are, wasting a bunch of water, money, and causing the graphics cards recently to just, and the RAM to spike in price because of how much they're investing in that bullshit. But anyway, back to the fight. This is not about anti-AI rants. Lawful actually about to make this 1-1, and he does just that. Nicely done by Slothful. So this is the first fight that's gone to the third round. The character Summer Child and their wobbly arms. Yeah, I saw that. I think. Okay, Castar is on the right this time. Slothful on the left. Somebody went back by mistake. It happens. Okay, switching to Marta this time. Castor does play a good Marta as well. And a good Samuel, by the way. He actually is quite versatile, believe it or not. So let's see what Marta can do. Back Y there from Castor, hitting the face. Nicely done. Fundamentally, Slothful's goal here is pretty clear. He wants to displace the rapier as soon as possible and close in. And Castor wants to keep distance there. So far, Castor is doing a great job of keeping distance there, just a little bit out of range, and that's enough to secure a quick hit. Nice back Y. Actually, Castor proving to be very difficult for Slothful to defeat with Marta. Marta is a very good rapier character, despite the fact that people hate on rapiers. Most of the time, they're actually talking about Marie. They're not talking about Marta. And we all know that Jan is the best rapier too, so... Yeah, rapiers are pretty powerful. If we consider those two specifically. If we're talking about Marie, though, Marie is not so strong. I will say, though, I think something was changed with Thrust recently, though, so a little bit less true maybe with Marta if we use the latest version, but I think November she's still more or less the way she always has been. Marta, that is, so. Good stab to the head there. And Castor needs one more to secure this win. Looks like this switch has paid off. Goes in with a bunch of stabs there after Slothful swung out of measure. And that was the mistake there. Instead, he should have focused on attacking the player. But still, he put in a great effort, and he's not out yet. Still has a chance to fight his way out of the loser's bracket. Now we've got Piper against Daisy. These two experienced players will now fight it out. There's been a little bit of friendly banter, so really excited to see this come to fruition. And then after that, I fight Insignia, actually, so that'll be cool. And that'll be the end of round one. Believe it or not, we haven't even done round one yet. But that's how it goes with 15-person double elimination. That means there's a lot more action to come, though, so that's good. Especially from the loser's bracket, which after my fight, we will actually head down there and start doing some of these fights. Yeah, it could be. That's a good idea, actually, plebeian, especially for Hema. Because in Hema, a lot of points are counted that may or may not actually stop a fight. And it's one of those things where you'd only know for sure if you actually physically stab somebody. So, but what you can say though, with the points that are scored, is they would inflict a nasty injury that would affect the fight and likely lead to ending the fight soon. So, at least that's how a lot of HEMA schools do it. So it has to be a good hit, a hit that would cause a serious injury, but would it actually stop the fight? Sometimes it's very, very tough to tell. But it does have to be a hit of good quality is what it's called. Yeah, so that's a good point. We should try that. Piper on the left, Daisy on the right. Yeah, first blood tourney would be interesting as well. And that's kind of what it's trying to do when we increase the damage, so. And there were duels that were fought exactly that way. Piper going with Hassan, not Alexander, which is surprising. Daisy taking off the gloves and going with Marina instead of Marie. But Piper actually sneaking that cut over the shield. Pushed by Piper. There's another one. Piper so far doing very well with Hassan. Hassan does fit his playstyle very well, but he is more so known for using Alex, obviously. He tried to go for a push there, but it was very telegraphed, so good sidestep. Push there, cut to the head. This is how Piper does it. He just walks forward and kills you. Daisy with a nice push herself. Piper trying to get past the shield. Not quite able to. Overextended. Nice cut to the head though. Piper maintains the lead, making it a little bit messy. No, we'll try my host first. We're not gonna mess with switching hosts for today. Alright, but if you run into problems, we can adjust stuff as we go and go from there. So I'm not saying you have to live with it if there's serious lag or anything like that, but it's certainly how most hosts do it. It's just we stick with one host unless we run into issues. And so far, everyone else has been doing well, so we'll see what happens and go from there. That's how everyone else does it as well, and I think it's fair. But if we run into issues, we'll sort it out as we go. Daisy is able to get the lead back, actually, and take it. Piper was doing great to start off, but his momentum was lost at some point. And Daisy managed to take control. That's how you gotta beat Piper. You gotta find some way to break up that tsunami that is his advance. And if you do that, it's like a wave crashing against a rock. It'll dissipate. So no Alex, sticking with Hassan actually. Yeah, for sure. He is a really good Hassan as well, to be clear. I think his Alex is a little bit better, but I think he wants to play a character that I guess doesn't seem so broken. Because I think it's pretty well known that Alex is probably the best character in the game. So Piper doesn't want to, I guess, mess with that too much. But, I mean, honestly, his Hassan is pretty terrifying as well. It goes to show that Piper is actually very skilled. I think he's a little bit hard on himself in that way with because I don't think his success has to do specifically with the fact Alex is broken. It's at the end of the day, his skill matters a lot as well. He's very, very good at these aggressive plays. So that's a big part of it. And I think how he's doing with Hassan lately proves that. But Piper has to be a little careful here. I think Marina does have some tools to deal with Hassan. So it could end badly for him if he's not careful. Well, he could be from Europe, Castar, actually. We don't know. So the real Alexander Denis could have been from He could have been from the Ottoman Empire, or he could have been from Poland, actually. We don't have many records, so... Although he is black, so he's obviously in the minority, there were some people who were black and lived in Poland at that time. There weren't very many of them, of course, but there were a few. It's not the DEI way. Alex is actually black in the real history. He was a starosta of... Was it Krakow? Yeah, but he was an actual starosta. He was a real person. So there's nothing DEI or anything about it. That's just how it happened. That term is not really applicable to the past anyway. It didn't exist back then, so... Okay, but Piper manages to win it. Let's switch sides. It's nothing to do with politics. It's straight up. He was an actual black person who lived in Poland at the time. Alright, that's good. Unfortunately, there's a lot of people who don't joke when they say stuff like that, so it's... Unfortunately, there's some pretty crazy, politically speaking, people out there, so... I'm glad that's not the case with you. I wasn't accusing you of that, to be clear, but... Yeah, it can be hard to tell sometimes. You should see Steam forums if you want to see some examples of that. Hopefully you don't lose your sanity too much if you go looking. Yeah, Plebeian summed that up pretty nicely. He hits like a truck, he's got a good guard, he moves fast, like he's got everything. His HP seems unusually high as well, even though the game says it's average. I'm pretty sure it's higher than the game says. Maybe due to a bug, but... Or maybe his left arm hitbox is too big, so he tanks a lot of hits he shouldn't, I'm not sure. But something's going on there. Stab to the face, nice by Daisy. Yeah, and that's the problem. You get people on one side who are radical, and they're just blatant idiots. And then what happens is the other side takes that, and then assumes everybody on the other side is like that. And then it just leads to this awful political discourse. Anyway, I won't get into that too deeply, but yeah, it's annoying as somebody who loves history because far too often people will just turn it into some anachronistic discussion that just doesn't apply at all to it, but it is what it is. Piper takes it 2-1. It is, yes, and it's, as somebody who studied history, like it's something we've been doing since forever. It's just a very human thing. We get exposed to a lot more of it though because we have the internet. Is the big difference. People are willing to say stuff that they otherwise wouldn't because they won't get punched in the face. That's the other piece of it. Alright, Insigny, you're fighting me now. And again, we'll try my host. If something goes wrong, we can accommodate that, but for now, we're gonna stick with my host. And I'll be on the left side, and Insigny will be on the right. There you are. Yeah, the wiki probably is outdated. It hasn't been, I don't think anyway, it's been seriously updated in a while. It's probably been like 2 years. So Insigny, he plays Yon, and he also plays Gideon, but we'll see who he picks. He seems a little bit unsure. Goes with Barabash, interesting. Maybe he's done some practice with Barabash, we'll see. Good luck, Insigny, and I hope you have fun. Just pause the game if you're getting lag, Insigny. Unfortunately, I think Insigny is having some issues on his end, so just unpause when you're good to go or whatever. Okay, let's see what's going on. Yeah, Insigny, I think it's some internet issues on his end, but we can still see what we can do about that. Do you want to try Steam, Insigny? We can also do that. Sometimes Steam is better when you're when you're having issues on Parsec. Somebody mentioning your brain is slower. Obviously in a joking manner, but as far as Alex being the best character, I think he's objectively the best. He's better at everything than most characters. The thing he's not very good at is stabs, and he can get hit very easily that way. But otherwise, he has the most powerful cuts, the fastest movement, the best side steps, really good reach with his saber, very good guard, very good aggression as well. He just has virtually everything you could possibly want, so his footwork can be a little bit difficult to use sometimes. That is the other thing, but yeah, I think he's the best character for sure. Anyway, Insignia just long guard if you're good. Sometimes just switching the medium we use is enough. Some people do better on Steam for some reason. I'm not exactly sure why, but that is a thing that sometimes happens. Yeah, Alex outtrays Zera and even Tarnowski sometimes. Although Tarnowski, he hits like a truck, so it's pretty, like they can engage each other on equal terms that way. It's just Alex has all these other advantages that make it very difficult for Tarnowski if they fight sometimes. And Tarnowski, he has that equal level of damage, but he leaves more openings, and that's why he's balanced and Alex isn't. There's some very clear weaknesses that come with that damage that Alex doesn't have. Anyway, I should probably focus on the fight right now. I hope that was better for you, Insigny. We'll switch sides now. We can just use Steam for your fights if that's what you need. Very often Steam is actually worse than Parsec for people, so that's why I find it strange. But it is a thing that happens. Sometimes people do better on Steam for who knows what reason. So if it's better, then we'll just stick with that. All right, good fight. Insigny, you're still not eliminated, of course. You will be in the losers bracket. Okay, so Mick Doping is here. He apparently just fell asleep. He is able to fight Luck, so we will do that fight next. I pinged you Mick Doping in the competition talks. Yeah, I'm not usually harsh with people who are late. Because, like, although we do take it a little bit seriously as far as the rankings and stuff, at the end of the day, we're just here to have fun. So if somebody's a bit late, it's not that big of a deal most of the time. Worst case scenario, we just disqualify and move on if they don't show up. So, but because this is a very big event, we can be pretty flexible and just do other fights first. So Luck versus McDoping will conclude the round. We're just waiting for McDoping. He DM'd me, so he is here. Just gotta wait for him to connect. On my way, he says. Beautiful. Yeah, no worries. All right, Luck on the left, McDoping on the right. Let's see what McDoping can do, as Luck is a veteran of the server. Fantastic with Isabella, fantastic with Yon and Barabash. So quite versatile actually, very fast player. Luck is, even though he's kind of on and off of activity sometimes, he is the fastest player on the server, I would say, as far as reaction time and speed of inputs. He has even Pekola beat, I would say, in that regard. And Pekola's pretty quick with his cancels. So this is a very tough opponent for McDoping, especially having just woken up, but we'll see what he can do. I think he hit the back button by mistake, which is fine. Okay, so you're supposed to press A or the X button if you're on a PlayStation controller. You don't press B or circle. Yeah, it's A to select. I assume you're on an Xbox or a PlayStation controller. Alright, beautiful. Okay, I will be AFK for just a little bit. If I am not present when you finish this round, you guys can just switch sides and continue fighting, okay? I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. I think Parsec crashed for McDoping, so I'll let him back in real quick. Okay, McDoping's back. Alright, back to the fight here. Luck with 2 flags. Tough fight for McDoping. And also a tough matchup. Isabella is a pretty good counter to Laszlo, especially in the current build, I would say. Nice there. McDoping managing to score his first point there. A taunt attempt there, McDoping. And it actually manages to throw Luck off a little bit as he gets a hand snipe. Oh yeah, so somebody did mention something, that Sava now has that bug where he drops the knife and can't move. So it's not that big of a deal. Just if you're fighting a Sava player, don't rush them down instantly. Give them a chance to actually reset the guard. That's the only thing you need to know. It's no different than how you'd play against any other character. It's just the game doesn't force you to do that. This time around. Combination by Luck, and Luck needs one more. Good sidestep actually by McDoping. And Luck takes it. Although it was a little bit more disputed in the end than he might have expected. Still a pretty convincing win, I would say. But it's not over yet. There's still at least one more round this match. So fighters switch sides. And a reminder that it's double elimination as well. So McDoping, if you do lose this round, you'll just be sent down to the loser's bracket. You won't be actually out of the tournament just yet. Oh, you're at the point where you have to drink energy drinks, plebeian. That's a shame. I don't mess with energy drinks personally, but I do get it. Like coffee, it has a fair bit of caffeine, but if you really need that caffeine shot, it just sometimes isn't enough on its own. I just hate being buzzed on caffeine, so that's why I typically don't touch them, but I think coffee is the perfect balance. But, you know, again, if you're super, super tired, sometimes coffee, for me, still doesn't quite wake me up like I'm hoping. A big part of why I drink coffee is not the caffeine content per se, but it's also just that it tastes so damn good. Yeah, I find it tough to sleep when I have a cold as well. I was struggling with that when my cold was particularly bad. I actually slept more than usual last night, though. I woke up at 8. And that's despite the fact there were New Year's Eve celebrations going on outside with fireworks and stuff. I somehow slept through all of that. But anyway, McDoping has switched to Isabella. And so far it's going okay, although Luck maintains the lead. Nice hit by Luck there. And a snap cut there after the thrust. Very nicely done by Luck. That's a classic Isabella combination. And I think that's the difference between these two right now is the experience. McDoping maybe doesn't know the moves very well or just isn't super experienced with the game, so Luck is able to punish him pretty easily. But that's something that comes with experience. McDoping keeps practicing. We've seen it several times before. You get better at the game the more experience you get. So definitely keep at it. We've all been there. You get put against a really strong player, and it's just very, very tough to win. That's just how it is sometimes. But with some good persistence, you'd be surprised how much better you can get at the game. With that, we're done round 1, and that means we'll head down to the loser's bracket. We got John the Baptist against Grid Square, and now elimination is on the line for those in the loser's bracket. So make sure you do not lose this fight. The number of rounds is the same. You just cannot afford to lose. Now, somebody said they were heading to bed. I think it was an Asian player, so that's totally understandable. Let me just see who that was. Somebody. Grid is, okay. Thank you for letting me know. So, I guess John the Baptist will just move on then, is what we'll do, unless Grid comes in as like, I want to fight or something like that. Then we can reverse that score and do the fight, but otherwise. 3 a.m. is pretty brutal, yeah. So McDoping against Swaffle, it will be the next fight. Yeah, not the best way to win, but sometimes that's how it goes. And especially at this point, we gotta move forward, so we can't be waiting for people who need to go to bed or anything like that. Okay, so again, elimination is on the line. McDoping on the left. And Swaffle will start on the right. It is still best of 3. Nothing has changed. You just cannot lose. That's the only difference. Or you will be eliminated. Wow, we're at 12:46 my time already, so it's been a fair bit already. Almost 2 hours, but that's pretty normal. It's a big tournament, so that should be expected. And as we filter through the players and we start eliminating people and go through the later rounds, it will get shorter and shorter. The amount of time we spend per round. So McDoping on the left, Swaffle on the right. If anybody needs keyboard, let me know. I think Swaffle needed keyboard, was it? Just let me know if you do. Alright, Swaffel's on the keyboard. Go ahead. Yeah, you should be able to select now. Just click the window. Okay, Isabella against Zera, actually. That's exciting. Again, two newer players. One of them has to be eliminated. We'll see who. Bunch of sidesteps, bunch of cuts by McDoping. Gets hit in the leg, though. Nice counter by Swaffle, who goes in for the kill, but it's a double as that big wind-up swing also connects. Good pommel strike there, but isn't able to follow it up. A lot of wild swinging from both of them. McDoping is able to get the win there. Yeah, so far it is pretty good. The inexperience is showing a little bit, but I have to say McDoping's doing some interesting stuff for Zera. Something straight out of Plebeian's toolkit there, getting another flag. Nice single tempo there by Swaff. A little bit unpredictable of Zera there and managing to score another flag. Yeah, I think he's trying some characters out, but still, especially against a player of similar skill level, that surprise factor might prove to be advantageous. Zera is a very wild character, especially if you're a little bit inexperienced with him, or if you're like Pekola, who's very good with him, but also like he does tons of cancels and stuff. Snap cut there, Swaffle with some tight cuts there, which I think is a good idea against a wild player like that. You want to use those tight cuts to punish those movements, but the pommel strike into the cut to the arm there is nasty. Bunch of pushes out of measure there. I'm not sure that was intentional. Or maybe that's some kind of bait. I'm not sure. But does manage to get a flag out of that. Yeah, exactly. Gets called out there. Isabella, I would say, is a little bit more straightforward to play. So Swaffle is benefiting a bit from that as well. Isabella just has a lot of fundamental cuts that could be used to punish some of these big cuts if you time them correctly. Yeah, I think you've been playing with Plebeian as well, Castar, so you definitely have some experience if that's the case. Big splash there, but out of measure. Gets cut to the leg. Actually, Swaffle doing a good job of targeting the leg sometimes with that cut. And Swaffle gets another one. Needs one more flag. Yeah, that's a common thing on Real Longsword too, just getting hand sniped a lot. Because the crossguard is, it's not bad, but from certain angles your hands are effectively wide open, so it does not protect from every angle. And there's certain ways you have to move the longsword such that the crossguard is forward and that your hands are secure. Yeah, a bit wild swinging there by McDoping allows Swaffle to punish that. Now we're switching sides. Now let's see what characters they use. We got Zara from McDoping again by the look of it. And possibly Isabella again from Swaffle. I wouldn't be surprised because Isabella did work, but he was clearly thinking about it. Goes for Isabella in the end. Yeah, I would say Isabella is sometimes the same as well, depending on what you're doing. But her cuts are tighter, so sometimes I think it's harder to hit her hands than with Zara. But again, it depends on what she's doing. There's definitely some vulnerabilities to the side of the head as well for Isabella. But her guard is probably, I won't say better, but combined with the tight cuts, I think she is more solid a lot of the time. Especially if the Zara player is a little bit unsure of what move to use. Good use of the upcut to punish the whiffed Zwerkow there. Yeah, it is an interesting fight. It's not, it doesn't quite look the way a pro Isabella versus pro Zara player fight would look, but I like the fact that they're both trying to make stuff happen. And yeah, it's not something I see very often. Just two people who, maybe they haven't played the game as much, but they're still determined to win, and they're just going at it. Like I said, you gotta start somewhere. You'll get better as you go, and Swaffle's doing a good job, by the way, actually. He's got a very convincing lead, and I think, again, it's because Zara is so tough to use. Credit where credit's due to McDoping for giving it a try, but Zara is probably among the hardest characters in the game right now to actually make work, because so many of those moves have high recovery, and you gotta know which ones have high recovery and which ones don't. But yeah, it is fun, like people are saying, to watch. But Swaffle seems very solid now. He's figured out some of Isabella's moves, and there we go. The snap cut is a staple among pro Isabella players, and that's the reason why. It's a dangerous, fast move. And Swaffle takes it 2-0. McDoping is eliminated, but still, thank you for coming, McDoping. And yeah, we'll see you hopefully next event. A good game to both of you. Def Daisy against Insigny now. Insigny does better on Steam. I think we can still have Daisy on Parsec, so we'll do that. And I'll give Insigny his Steam link. I might have to restart the game at some point, but that's not a huge deal. Just because Steam and Parsec sometimes they conflict a little bit. Actually, Insignia is on keyboard, so there's less of a chance of that happening. I still appreciate the effort, McDoping. Zera is very, very tough to use. It should be fine, Daisy. You can stick to Parsec for now. But if something goes wrong with that, then absolutely you can. I can give you a Steam link. Okay, let me just double check the sides here. Yeah, Daisy on the left and Insignia on the right. And with that, we will be done the first round of the loser's bracket, and we'll move back to the winner's bracket to do round 2. Goes with Barabash again. Seems like he's experimenting with Bara a lot. Also a good pick against Marina as well. And Marie as well. If Daisy were to happen to use Marie, Barabash would also be a good pick there. So, a good character for this matchup on paper. But this is a matchup that Daisy has fought before, so she might have some ideas in mind to deal with Barabash. That was a good hand snipe to start off with Daisy. Goes low and then a cut to the head. Nicely done. Very good combination for her. And a sidestep by Insignia is able to hit the hand. Thunder Punch there, very risky move in this matchup because it's often aimed at the shield side. And that's why Daisy punished it right away. Straight to the head. I think Insignia tried to go low, but he was point blank, so that was very risky to try there. When you go for low cuts, you often want to set them up. You don't want to just throw them naked, so to speak, because otherwise your opponent's just going to go straight for your head. Whether it's a leg void, or even just moving forward and hitting your head. Because it's so much less of a threat. Often it's a good idea to go high-low or low-high. If you set it up first, like you can sort of mix it up, and then your opponent will be thrown off. You want to do it at a time when your opponent's not ready to just punish you instantly. That was a good push, though, by Insignia. You'd also go high, 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 and then suddenly go low sometimes. Like, there's a lot of different potential ways to set up a low cut. Possibly some leg, just long guard when you're ready to go. Alright. Insignia's good to go. Is Daisy good to go? Yeah. Okay. The in and out tells me she's good to go. There was no long guard, but I think it was pretty clear. Yeah, Daisy closing the distance. She has less reach because of the way she's standing combined with the shorter saber. So she's doing the right thing here by trying to apply pressure and to punish potential sidesteps or shenanigans that Insignia might do with the grab. That's actually a good way to punish a push, is to grab. So, very nicely done by Insignia. That's the AI's favorite tactic. If you try to push, they'll often try to grab you. Because they know, they're input reading you, so they know, quote unquote, that the grab will immediately trigger, and it will punish the push. So that's why pushing AI is very difficult. It just automatically knows how to counter that. It's easier to do against shield AI, because the shield AI might do a grab input by mistake or something. But the shield AI obviously can't actually grab. So. Bit of an exchange there. Daisy managing to hit the head and takes it. It was actually a more disputed fight than it first seemed, but Daisy, I think, was still in control. Still not over yet, though. I think Insignia wasn't using Barabash's best tools to counter the shield. Insignia wants Parsec now. Okay. I mean, I can do that. I'm just kind of surprised. It looked like, from what Steam is telling me, by the way, your connection was yellow bars. So that tells me the quality of your connection was kind of low. It can be tough to say, though, because distance plays a role there, too, as to whether it looks yellow or green. But usually I expect, like, 1 bar down if your connection is very good. So level 5 AI for me does the opposite. It goes nuts and just throws a bunch of super speed cuts that are faster than anything I can throw because it's artificially sped up. At least on survival. I feel like survival and versus AI are not the same thing. There are different levels of survival AI, but I don't think they're the same as the levels for versus AI. I haven't tested this conclusively, but I think that's how it works. It could also just be like the AI has different behavior modes, if that makes sense. Like, I think we were talking recently, like Blade and Sorcery has something like that. Like but I'm not sure. That could be as well, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I feel like to be good AI, it would have to adapt to the character you're using in some way, or the character the AI is using. Because otherwise, if you're randomly throwing grab inputs, then for some characters that could be bad. Yeah. Because you're throwing a lot of stabs, right? I think that might be why the AI runs away. If the AI thinks you're gonna stab or throw a high guard cut, so often it just backs away infinitely. So it could be the move you're using or something like that. I don't thrust with Barabash and I don't have a high guard, so the AI probably doesn't do that so much with me because of that. It is still crazy, like, how different the AI behaves just based on potentially, like, 2 moves. Just holding auto guard too, really. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. Push and then a kick, a little bit of a Muay Thai fight now. And Insignia has obtained a little bit of a lead this round, actually. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they try the grab, because sometimes they just stand there awkwardly and don't do anything. Okay, so now Daisy is starting to make a bit of a comeback here, and now the score is once more even. Record for you after. Alright. Yeah, I think you've shown something like that before, but it would be curious to see that. Nice, low cut and then follow up with the YY by Insignia. He's starting to figure some things out. Will it be too little too late? We'll see. Going low, And then the YY. I like that he's starting to go high-low. Still difficult to time sometimes. Nice grab, mixing that in there with the cuts. I think Daisy was trying to throw a cut, so she wasn't moving back in time. Sidestep attempt to hit the hand. The Thunder Punch again, but I think that's some type of bait. And Daisy tries to punish that combination a little bit too early. And that results in a hit to the dome. But it's not over yet. Still got another fight to go, another round. It's more like Connor's screams are copy-pasted from Bara, because Bara is way older, but I get what you mean. And I'm pretty sure those screams come from Zera, too. Like, something was changed. He didn't used to scream quite like that, I don't think. But that's a while ago now. But yeah, Connor's 100% a rip from Bara in this particular case. Barabash is the OG, one of the OGs. Is Daisy lagging or something? It looks like Insignia is actually doing fine. Stuttering like crazy. It'll probably subside, but let me know if it doesn't. Yeah, I think it's actually not as bad as people make it out to be. It's obviously with the new voice actor too, so I appreciate that. Alright, Insignia, just wait for her to long guard or something. I know you're itching to get into the fight, but... Maybe, are you able to go now, or we could also... Oh, nice. Daisy's gonna go anyway. I was gonna offer to let her back in after kicking her, but it looks like she can fight. Trying to hit the head there, but Marina sometimes has that problem where she can't hit characters who lower their head. So Marie sometimes can do that. Alexander too, when he goes low. And a grab there by Insignia. Nicely done. And I think it's that particular combo too where that problem arises. Other combos not so much. Actually, Daisy did get a hit there, just didn't quite kill. Marina's damage is not particularly impressive. It's not the worst, but she's definitely one of the least hard-hitting sabers of them all. But, again, she has moves that go straight to the head, so it's not like Marie where it's a major, major problem. She also has the shield, obviously, so she can get a lot of single tempos. But it is one of those weaknesses, I think, that was implemented so that she's not overpowered or anything like that, which she isn't. She's quite beatable, but you do have to know how to beat her. It's not always so easy. Both try a sidestep to hit the hand, and there's a nice sidestep by Insignia, getting right around the shield. Daisy was also moving to the right, which probably helped. The chop there. Yeah, Insignia definitely a lot more measured now, and there's the push cut, actually, that works. That it does. Honestly, my videos, my streams that is, not my regular videos, but my streams, they do pretty well with the algorithm actually. I usually get hundreds of views per stream, which for me is pretty damn good. It's obviously like, it's not like they're going viral, but there's new people finding them all the time, so. And the fact that you guys are watching them consistently, like there's always a cohort of people that come to watch it and like it and stuff, that's probably the major reason why. YouTube rewards consistency. Yeah, no worries, Daisy. Take your time. And just long guard if you're good. Give her a second, Insigny, because it sounds like the stuttering was pretty bad. You can also switch to Steam if it's still unplayable. Alright, good to go. Let's go. So Daisy has a bit of a hill to climb. Again, this is a rough matchup for Marina. But to be fair, Marie would also struggle in this matchup, so... Tough to say which would have been better. Daisy getting a flag, though. It is not over yet. Comeback here would be huge. Definitely not out of the realms of possibility, but Daisy needs to dig in and hopefully not get more stuttering, because that is always annoying. But unfortunately, Insignia was able to take it. Still a good effort by Daisy. Thank you for competing. Really sorry about the stuttering. I'm not sure why that was happening, but it is what it is. Yeah, there's a lot of possibilities, unfortunately. I don't know. I'm not going to be that guy and saying it was year end. I have no idea, but Parsec can sometimes be annoying to deal with. But anyway, on to round 2 in the winner's bracket. We have BK against Abir. So BK has been waiting for a long time to fight, and for that I apologize, of course, but that just is how it is sometimes. He did get a free buy for his trouble, though, so there is that. We had an odd number of participants at 15, so he at least had that benefit, but that will be our first fight in round 2, and then Plebeian will fight Captain Adler, Luck will fight Castar, and I will fight Piper, which will be super exciting, I'm sure. It always is. And BK will be on the left, Abir will be on the right. I'm glad the connection has been very smooth this time. Sometimes there's issues with parsec and stuff like that, or maybe it's on my end, but usually on a perfect day, my connection is perfect, or at least as good as it can be. As I have a good setup, I have a good provider, good PC, all the rest of it. So, despite being NA, a lot of European players typically do well, so that's good. But sometimes I have bad luck when I go to host an event. But yeah, everything seems to more or less be working. It was just a mic issue that I had earlier, so, and that didn't last super long, so. Sidesteps attempted there by a deer, doesn't quite get the kill. Okay, I'll be right back. Once more, if I'm not back in time, you guys can just continue fighting. Just make sure you switch sides. Alright, I'm back. So far, it's looking like a good fight from what I saw. Although a beer is ahead. BK, by the way, he's been with us for a fair bit, although he's only recently been super active. He's a good Yawn player, who's even done well against the best players with his Yawn. But today it looks like a beer has been making stuff happen with Barabash, and he gets a pretty, in the end, it was a pretty convincing win this round. He's definitely been making that Barabash work, and I'm glad to see it as a fellow Barabash main. He's obviously my favorite character at the moment to play, so really glad to see it. Switch sides. Going with Yazuk this time. Yeah, he is. This could be his chance to earn a win, which would be fantastic to see. This does count for points in the rankings, by the way, too, so especially an event like this. Like, winning an event with 15 people in it, that's something to be very proud of, so. And that's always the best part, like seeing newer players grow and get better and better, and then finally they get that win that they've been fighting for so long. Especially when the competitive scene is stronger than it's ever been. It's always fantastic to see in action. Nice sidestep feint there. And I'm seeing a beer, he's starting to implement stuff that I've been using in my fights too. Like that sidestep and the snap cut to the head, that was beautifully done. Very nicely done. Upcut to get the guard low, and then goes with the YY before BK could respond. Nice exchange between these two. Both of them definitely have grown a lot. And trying to snipe the hand there, I love that angle that he tried. It just wasn't quite enough. And BK was able to take a flag back. Going from new to good, being the veteran's fun trip. Yeah, that's something I experienced way back, and it was super satisfying. And of course, I was looking up to people like Warden, Warden's Isabella and stuff like that. And that was like my goal, just to get in the tournament and finally defeat Warden, who was somebody who was often kicking my ass, such that I would lose the tournament early or something like that. So there was an element of wanting some revenge, in a friendly way, of course, but it just felt so good once I started at least putting up a fight against him. Like, not even winning, just putting up a good fight and making it close. That was a good achievement on its own, because Warden was so good. Kexoid is another player I was looking up to, and that's actually a big part of why I picked up Barabash, is I was kind of inspired by the stuff that Kexoid used to do with Barabash, and so I ended up picking him up a little bit more recently after switching off of Alex and Isabella. I'm not quite a Saber purist, though. I am still willing to play Isabella if there's a really good Laszlo player or something like that, or if I just feel like it. Longswords are cool, but I'm definitely more of a Saber purist now than I used to be. I used to be a longsword player exclusively. And the dash to the side and the snap cut again works beautifully for a beer, and a beer takes it. Excellent Barabash. Now we got Plebeian against Captain Adler. Okay, they're both here. Plebeian on the left and Captain Adler on the right. Okay, Plebeian sticking with Zera to fight against Marie. He was playing Jan the first round, but it didn't go as well as he was hoping, so he decided to switch to Azir. And speaking of that matchup, I have said before that Jan played perfectly, probably has an advantage over Barabash, but it's not to the extent that the matchup's unfair. A good Barabash can definitely still beat a Jan player, as we've seen before, even in this event. They have some key advantages over each other. It's just that if reach is used to the greatest effect, Jan can be very, very tough for Barabash. But it's by no means unfair. Barabash has ways of fighting up close and of disrupting some of those long-range attacks that can allow him to convert to an advantage himself. And there's another one for Plebeian. Rough matchup for Marie, it has to be said. It always has been, I think, even when Marie was good. Zera has always been a tough one for her. Sidestep of the thrust, that was beautiful by Plebeian. Plebeian was saying that he was labbing a lot too, and it shows. Pulling off stuff like that with Zera, who's not exactly known for his mobility. But I will say, in short bursts, Zera can move pretty quickly if you dash with him a lot and use some of his sidesteps. There's a trade. And, ooh, Plebeian getting a little overzealous, I think, but it's understandable because he was tanking the first stab like it was nothing. Parry to the thrust there, gets stabbed. Plebeian beats the blade down, goes for a cut to the arm, and he does take it. Nicely done by Plebeian. It's so tough for Marie to keep Zera at bay, especially because Zera can beat that blade so easily, as well as having a good guard against those stabs. And the reach difference between these two is not as great as Marie is used to having, so it doesn't take much for Zera to get just close enough to clip her head with a cut. A comeback would have been incredible to see, but it was not looking likely. Definitely experiences on Plebeian's side too. Captain Adler does play a good Tarnowski as well, so we'll see if that makes a difference or not. Fundamentally, there is still a reach disadvantage here, but Captain Adler trades that for some nice angles and some great cutting power. And there was a nice flag to start off. Might be a good sign for Captain Adler, who manages to block that first cut. I wonder if it was the basket or if something went wrong with that. And the tired swing for Tarnowski actually kills in one hit. Obviously, it hits for a lot of damage. We don't see the tired swings hitting like that very often. But in this case, it seems that it has the potential to kill. And Plebeian was a little bit impatient, which I understand. He wanted to get the kill quickly, but sometimes you can end up paying for that. And good switch up of tempo there by Captain Adler, getting another flag by hitting the hand. This Tarnowski choice proving to be much better, and deletes the sword there after parrying it and taking the hand off. Incredible so far. I don't know why he didn't start off with Tarnowski, to be honest, with how well it's going for him. Maybe he didn't expect it to go this well, because Plebeian plays a pretty tight Zera, so that would be understandable. Thrust attempt trying to hit the hand. Plebeian just not able to get his attacks in there in time. Good defense there. He presses the back button just in time, and there goes the hand. And this is what Tarnowski at the highest level can look like. He can seem pretty much unstoppable in the hands of a skilled player, and he played perfectly with that range there. A flawless win. Plebeian is going to have to change something, it looks like, whether that's a character or his tactics, whatever it is. I'm not saying he has to switch off of Zera per se, I don't know, but that was a fantastic performance with Tarnowski. Sticks of Zera, understandable. He's obviously been labbing Zera a lot, so it's probably best to just stick with what he knows and see if he can make something happen. Hassan is an option, but if you haven't practiced with Hassan, that lowering your reach might not be such a good idea against this. And against this complete, how do you say, like, circle of death that these cuts create. Ooh, Plebeian, I think he's making some adjustments already, and that was really well done. Punishing the whiff. So Captain's got to be a little careful. He's gotten away with sort of walking all over Plebeian and having initiative on his side. But he might need to calm down a little because Plebeian is looking for those punishes. This time, the punish doesn't quite work in his favor. Plebeian does have to be a bit careful as well, though. He might give up too much initiative in favor of being defensive, and there he loses the trade. Tarnowski's damage is fearsome. And that is a heavy sword, by the way. It might look short, but it's broad. It's perfectly designed to just carve you to pieces, so it's not necessarily going to cut less effectively than the longsword, even though it's two-handed. If your skull is split in half by a Dussac, you're just as dead. So, Plebeian's got to make use of both his reach and maybe some of the tight stabbing options that Zera has. And wow, there's a thrust by Plebeian. Catching Captain. And now it's looking quite possible that Plebeian might be able to win after these adjustments. I'm surprised that cut didn't land. That looked like it was well set up, but Plebeian kept his cool and set up another clear counter. And Plebeian needs one more now to secure that win, but I have to say, Captain Adler did great with Tarnowski. Plebeian was just able to find some adjustments that worked. Sidestep there by Captain Adler, but he's not able to finish it. Then it looks like Plebeian was tired, though, so he could not capitalize on that failure to finish it instantly. So Captain Adler, some tenacity forces the kill there, and it's still not over yet. And honestly, could still go either way. There's a double. Captain Adler still able to take the hand right off. Oh, and the big slash there is parried by the cross guard, and it was almost another double. But Plebeian able to perform a covered thrust, and he's able to get away with it. 2-1, that was probably a very scary fight for Plebeian there, because of how well that first round with Tarnowski went for Captain Adler. But in the end, Plebeian was able to take it. Now we've got luck against Castar. And a reminder as well that Captain Adler, you are not eliminated yet. You still get a chance to show off that amazing Tarnowski in the loser's bracket and a chance to potentially win the whole thing. Getting drunk is a popular pastime for monks, though, so I don't think it's that out of place. They love their wine. And their beer, too, actually. A lot of monks were major producers of beer, both at that time and even today, believe it or not. That's still a thing that happens. Yeah, we can do that. Like, really, sometimes the life of a monk was actually fantastic. You just got a chance to drink yourself and to death and just be a glutton, just have a great time. You're not supposed to as a monk. You're supposed to take a vow of poverty. You're not supposed to marry. You're not supposed to enjoy meat on certain days. Oh, the invitation expired. Don't use that link. I don't know why it did, but I'll use another one. Could just be time. Yeah, try this one. Yeah, it should pop up with the game like that. But anyway, you're supposed to take a vow of poverty and do all these things, but in practice, a lot of monks did not. A lot of them did though too. They might have been forced to, right? So it depends on what monastery you're in and what order you're part of, but some monks were pretty much living the high life in a lot of ways. You could also be a Teutonic knight or something. That's a type of monk, technically. Warrior monk to be specific, but okay, luck on the left, Castar on the right. We're just waiting for Castar to get in because of Steam, but he's here, so let's do it. Can I see the ping? I don't know if I can on Steam, but you have yellow bars, so it might be fine. I think you're from EU or something, so that sometimes happens. We'll just play it out and see what happens. I can see your ping on Parsec, but I don't know if I can see it on Steam Remote. Luck, take the left. Hopefully Steam is not interfering. Might need to click the window or might need to back out. I'll try resetting gamepads as well. See what I can do. If not, I might have to restart the game, but that's still fine. Just try and take the left side, Luck. Okay, that might be because of Steam, but we can still... Yeah, it's probably because of Steam. I'll just restart the game. And I'll give you another link, Castar. Oh, Luck is playing Kingdom Come Deliverance too. I wonder if he's playing the DLC. So far, it's fantastic. I've kind of put the streams of that DLC on a bit of a hiatus because I've been playing other games, but definitely gonna get back into it ASAP. Legacy of the Forge. Okay, that's another DLC, but a very good one. I recommend the last one too. I forget what it's called. It's like some Latin one, but you actually get a chance to go in a monastery and stuff like that. It's fun. And there's a disease afoot and stuff like that. But Legacy of the Forge, that one can keep you playing for quite a while. Actually, there's a lot of content to consume in that one. And the blacksmithing minigame is pretty fun, so. Nice. Let me know what you think of that plebeian, because number 1 is great as well. KCD 2 just feels more complete is all. And especially a higher budget production. But for the resources they had with KCD 1, they did a fantastic job. It's still a game that I'd be happy to go back and play. It's just that KCD 2 is objectively better. And I don't use that term very often, but I think just more money went into it, and the story quality was the same, the music quality was the same, the world was still awesome. Visually speaking, they just improved on that further, so. Oh, nice. A big cut there by Luck getting his first flag. Castar is so far doing pretty good with Saba. Again, a lot of people assume he's not a fantastic character and all the rest of it, but it seems like some people of certain ways of playing are able to make him work. I think he still could be more responsive. That's the primary feedback I've tried to send Kubold, but there's no question in the right hands he is still competitively viable. We've seen Lanchknecht uses him very well too. High guard there, feints it to retreat cut, but doesn't quite land a hit. Luck's also a very tough opponent, it has to be said, for Castar. A very fast player, even with Isabella. But Castar landing 2 hits there is able to get the kill. He clashes snap cuts, trying to find holes in each other's defense. High guard attack there doesn't quite work. They actually both have high guard. Carries the high guard cut. That was nice by Luck, but it got a little messy, and they both ended up taking a hit. The dagger misses somehow, and unfortunately, Luck was able to get a kill. I thought it was going to be a double, to be honest, but the dagger just completely missed. That is one of the age-old problems that Saba has ever since he's come out. Nice strike to the head there, by Luck. Oh, and the dagger thrust into the cut to the head. That was nice by Castar, and now it's pretty close, actually. Castar showing some nice combinations with the sword and the dagger. And he's able to get another kill. Now he needs one more to secure the win in the first round. Goes for a big cut, but Luck instantly punished it. And it's down to the wire now. Good feint by Luck. Luck tries to catch him on a mistake, but he doesn't make one. Good movement by both of them, but Castar has his back against the wall. Goes with a dagger thrust, but a little bit out of measure. Very risky. Good dash to the side there, and then gets a cut. Luck is tired, and he's being backed into a corner. This is a huge moment here. He misses the first cut, but he got a second cut in just in time. Oh, that would have really sucked if he somehow messed that up and lost it, but Isabella's tired swing is not fantastic, so Castar was able to take it, but that was close right there. Okay, goes with Jan this time. I think that's a pretty good pick. This matchup might work out a little bit better than Isabella, but we'll see. Luck also plays a good Jan. So, let's see what happens. Good stab by Luck, slipping that in the middle of that feint. Goes low there, but Luck is spacing that perfectly. Luck tries to finish him as he's tired, but Castar is able to get out of the way. Still eventually killed. Being tired like that against such an active opponent is not a good state to be in. Some attacks out of measure. Big swing there. Nice retreat though. Doesn't get hand sniped as a result. Big slash. And Luck beats the blade and gets another kill right after. Nicely done. Good hit there, punishing the feint that Luck did, but no kill. Wow, nice cut to the head after beating the blade down. Thrust to the armpit there by Luck, and Luck starts just raining in attacks here, which makes it very tough for Castar to respond. And that's the hard part for Sava against Jan, is that Jan has faster attacks with his saber, and he also has similar reach, so Sava can get overwhelmed pretty quickly, unless Sava can close the distance somehow. Good exchange so far, but you can see how Castar is struggling to get in there. Feels like Luck is controlling the pace of the fight really well. Tries to go low with that stab, but it is parried. Luck actually getting a little bit tired now. Tries to snipe the hand with the high guard cut, but not quite. They're definitely both playing a long-range sniping game right now, trying to see what they can do, but Luck is able to win out. Able to reach Castar before he can respond. And there's another one for Luck. Yep, Jan was definitely the pick here, it looks like. Another character he can play very well. Corkscrew doesn't quite land, he was a little too far, I think, but a nice try. Goes low, resulting in a trade. Goes low with that thrust again, nearly tagging the arm. And Luck just keeps this rain of attacks coming in, but he also spaces them really well, so it's not actually so easy for Castar to punish them. And it goes to show the importance of initiative. I think the initiative is very much on Luck's side right now, and that allows him to slip in even some risky attacks, because Castar is being very passive, and it's not because he wants to be, it's because he's not sure what to do. So Luck is able to capitalize on that, even with these slow moves like that thrust. And he gets a really nice kill. Okay, switch sides though. We still got one more round to do. It is 1-1. Castar a bit unsure by the look of it of who he wants to use. Choice of Samuel in the end against Isabella. Luck deciding to switch off from Jan despite how well that went. Probably anticipating a switch as well. Now Samuel does have the tools to beat Isabella. I think it can be a rough matchup, but it's by no means unwinnable for Luck here. If Luck can play to Isabella's advantages, he might be able to make something happen. That was a nice exchange to start off. Samuel's guard is tough for Isabella to break through, and Samuel also has some cuts that can tag the side of her head if she's not careful. Both go for a big cut after that whiff thrust there. Castor a bit overzealous to punish that. But understandable. With so much on the line here, they both want to... Well, I mean, there isn't elimination on the line, but I think most players still do not want to end up in the loser's bracket. Because from there, you cannot afford to lose. You want to maintain that life. So, although they don't have to stress about elimination, I think they still don't want to end up there. And Luck is tired, but he does the right thing, I think, in dashing back. That thrust, though, is probably going to mean that he's tired for the rest of the round, and he was. The rest of the flag, I should say. And Castor takes it. Very nicely done. Very tough matchup for Isabella. Luck will have to change something, I think, at this rate. As Castor is doing a great job of shutting down Luck's attacks. Castor has to watch his stamina now, it looks like. An exchange between these two, but Castor able to slip in that slow cut. Beautiful tempo switch. That threw Luck off, and then he got a hit to the head. Luck is a very experienced player, so this would be a very prestigious win for Castor, I would say. He tries to get a grab there, taking advantage of Samuel's guard. Not quite able to do it, but he sidesteps that thrust perfectly, and Luck's follow-up put him further offline because he continued with that same line of attack as Castor sidestepped to the side. Possibly a lag spike. Looks like Luck is good. Hopefully Castor can go. Yeah, he's been doing fantastic this round. It would kind of suck if that ruined it, but it looks like it was just a lag spike, which happens. Both of them trying to get a good angle of some side steps. I love to see such active gameplay. An exchange there, but Luck slips in that stab. Very nicely done. Yeah, Castor can't get too complacent here. Luck is still a fantastic player and more than capable of getting a comeback here. And he's definitely fighting like he wants that comeback, so Castor's gonna have to not throw away too many flags, or otherwise it will be a very disputed match. And again, defends that cut, and then Luck slips in this fast Y cut that Castor can't respond to in time. Overcommitted a little bit there. And then the cut and the thrust, as Luck is getting initiative back on his side, and it's allowing him to slip in these stabs when Castor least expects it. He probably didn't expect a thrust after that cut, too, if he's not familiar with that move. Yeah, Luck's doing a fantastic job. This is exactly what Castor wanted to avoid. Nice exchange between these two. Luck in a corner here, but he still seems pretty comfortable there. He's still happy to actively engage. And there's a nice punish by Luck. Luck needs one more to secure the win this round. And this match, in fact. Cutting the thrust there as Castor is on the back foot. There was great timing by Luck, but he wasn't quite able to slip it through Samuel's guard. I still love the idea there. Luck nearly closed the round out just then because he wasn't ready to long guard. Perfect sidestep by Castor, and he follows it up. We're down to the last flag. Very intense match, this one. anybody's match. As Castor tries to find a good angle here. Sidestepping a little bit, trying to look for something. Luck is trying to call him out. Goes for the cut and the thrust, but the back wide counters it with a hit to the hand. Very nice try by Luck, but Castor is able to win in the end. And Luck is sent to the loser's bracket. Prestigious win here for Castor. But a great effort by Luck all the same. Made it very, very close. And now it's Piper against me, which will also be very exciting, I'm sure. All right, let's see if Piper is around. Okay, Piper will be on the left and I'll be on the right. And I'll probably be quiet for this fight as usual. And after this round, we'll be in round 2 of the loser's bracket, in which case we'll eliminate some more players, and then we'll be in the round 3, and from there it'll be much, much faster, this tournament. So we're getting past the long part of this tournament, for sure. Piper on the left? Yep. All right, good luck. Alright, good fight, Piper. Went much better than I expected, but yeah, Piper was trying to go ham, moving forward as usual, so it was a fun fight. Okay, we're back to the losers bracket. First, we've got BK against Insigny, who I think wants to use Parsec now, so we'll give that a try. Sometimes Steam and Parsec alike can be kind of fickle that way. A good game, by the way, Piper. Good game. Insigny's here. I'll let these guys in, do the names and stuff, then I'll leave real quick just to go to the bathroom. Coffee's running right through me. Just need BK to show up. If not, we can skip and do another fight. Beautiful, he's here. Insigny, I believe, needs keyboard. I'll make sure you guys can select too before I go. BK will take the left. And Insigny will take the right side. Okay, go ahead. BK on the left. Yep. Insigny on the right. Okay, Insigny says he wants to main Bara, which is exciting. If you want tips with Bara Bash, if you want to train a little bit, let me know, and I'm certainly down to help you out. That's awesome to hear. But goes with Yan in the end. Interesting. They're pretty similar characters in some ways, so I can see why he might want that, especially against the Reach. Anyway, I'll be right back. And if I'm not back in time, as usual, you guys can just carry on fighting. Just make sure you switch. Alright, I'm back. Looks like they're still going at it. Pretty close fight. BK might have a little bit more experience with Yan actually than Insigny, so he might have a slight advantage on paper, but we'll see if that is true in practice. Insigny hopefully is able to play. It looks like he might have had a lag spike. His connection has been spotty today, it looks like. I'm not sure why, but Alright, I won't Insignia, but are you good to go? Because you weren't moving. Good sidestep there. Countering the trick shot. Which I know I was using it a little bit earlier to experiment, but I was sparring with it as well, like against Plebeian. I found the only way to make the trick shot work was if Plebeian didn't expect it. He had to be trying to back away, not presenting any kind of threat. And at that point, I could sometimes slip that in to hit his hand. But it often wouldn't kill on its own, so it'd just be for like chip damage. So it wasn't completely useless or anything like that, but it isn't a good move to use just whenever you feel like, and it's definitely one of the weaker moves. The use case for it is very specific. You have to kind of get an advantage ahead of time in the fight to be confident enough to slip that in and land a good hit. But it was interesting, especially, and the other thing is too, I think if your opponent outreaches you or has some other advantage, the trick shot can quickly become useless. So what you need is you need your opponent to be on the back foot, but you also need your opponent to have similar reach to you. So usually like Barabash Mirror, the trick shot might be effective there. But as soon as it's a Yan or a Zera or something like that, the trick shot quickly loses a lot of its usefulness. Which I suppose makes some degree of sense because the trick shot inherently does lower your reach. You're using this crooked false edge cut, so your reach is going to be severely limited. But the other problem with it is essentially Barabash is doing it wrong. So Russ Mitchell actually has a video on false edge cuts and fixing them. And basically Barabash does everything that Russ tells you not to do. His technique is very, very bad with it, so that's the other problem that I have with it. So Insignia manages to take it in the end, and now we're gonna need to switch sides. Gonna see the same picks, possibly. Corkscrew is immediately parried there, nicely done by BK. And then the thrust to the body. Still possible for BK to get a win here and then bring it to the third round. Oh, he goes for a trick shot. I think he wanted the corkscrew. That's the other problem with the trick shot, by the way, is if you feint it, unlike before, it is an actual feint. So you're not actually going to do any damage with it, which is good. I think that is a good thing, but if you're used to, especially if Yan, if you're used to sort of pressing back to cancel a lot of stuff, you're going to get thrown off. Because it is an instinctual thing as well. We often do press back so that we can parry as soon as we can after we land an attack. But if you do that with the trick shot, you're always going to feint it. You're never going to actually throw the trick shot properly. And so that means you can use it as a good feint. Like you can sort of feint the trick shot and then do something else. But You just have to be wary of the fact that if you don't have some other follow-up in mind, you're basically just leaving an opening and not doing anything useful with that move. That low sweep cut manages to land, and Signy backs off though, intimidated by that tired swing. Tries to dash in for a thrust. He might have fumbled that chance to get a kill. He was respecting his opponent a little bit too much there, I think. And I understand why. That tired swing is pretty formidable. But there is a balance definitely to be struck between respecting a tired opponent who wants to kill you really badly and doesn't mind a double, and sort of capitalizing on that clear opening that is left. Goes in for a bunch of attacks, and Signy again. This is a common mistake even the best of the best players make. We land a hit, but we don't actually expect that hit to land, so we're doing the smart thing and backing off. And so we don't follow it up to actually finish the fight. Mind you, a good player can get a good sense of when something is likely to land and cue a follow-up right away, but sometimes that's not possible for whatever reason, and so we make that mistake, especially if we're really trying to play cleanly. That stab to the hand works really well for Insigny. Reminder that elimination is on the line, so especially BK right now cannot afford to lose. Insigny has won an advantage back to leg void. I don't know why there was a leg void. Insigny tries to punish the fact he was tired and does so. That leg void was very strange though. I don't know why it happened. Maybe he feinted a low cut. Sidestep there, but gets stabbed through the body. It's actually very tough to sidestep that stab. Not only is it very fast, but sometimes the curve of the blade can track you as you try to sidestep, I think. A lot of it does have to do with timing, though, just like the corkscrew. You can theoretically dash out of the way of the corkscrew as well, but a lot of the times you're just making yourself easier to hit if you step to the side or you even dash to the side or anything like that. You're better off squaring up against it, as that's the best way of defending yourself against the curve of the attack. And now it's equal, actually, as BK makes a bit of a comeback. Insigny's got to be careful. That push cut does land, but Insigny not able to follow it up in time. That was a good counter to the corkscrew, actually. And now they're both playing the distance game with Jan. Trying to keep it clean. The chop there doesn't quite land. Insigny going ham a little bit, but doesn't overdo it, which I like to see. Low thrust there. Insigny trying to snipe the hand, then go low. Doesn't quite manage it, and the corkscrew is thrown perfectly by BK. And BK is looking to win this round. Bit of lag, perhaps. That's a little unfortunate, but it should subside as it usually does. Perfect. Now they can continue. Sidestep out of measure, instantly punished there. Nice by BK. BK needs one more, probably solid hit with the corkscrew as he gets a little bit careless. The corkscrew finds its mark. Nice by Insigny. He was desperate there, so he needed something to land, something that would instantly stop his opponent. So the corkscrew was a good choice. Back wide there, nicely done, getting another hit on Insigny, but we've seen before that just that slight hit is not always that important. And once more we see that exact same phenomenon as that perfect stab from down low lands. It was very, very fast and hard to react to. And backing away actually makes it easier for it to land. So in the end, Insigny takes it. BK is eliminated, but thank you for showing up, BK, and thank you for giving us your best. You did a fantastic job today. There's just some tough competition, so you didn't quite make it past round 2, but still a very good Jan fight and a very good effort. Okay, we got Captain Adler against Slothful now. Once more, elimination is on the line. Well, there are some situations where the best way to use a thrust is to push cut. There is actually a move in Indian swordsmanship that has something like that, where especially on horseback, but you can do it on foot as well. You push the edge across somebody's head, then you wrap around the blade and slash the back of the head. Pretty brutal stuff. It caused a lot of British cavalrymen, especially, and also some British officers on foot, to have their skulls just carved to pieces. So, okay, Captain Adler on the left, Swaffle on the right. But it depends, right? Because we're talking with the Indian example, they're using these curved sabers that called the tulwar. And so the tulwar can be used to draw cut and to push cut very, very effectively in a way that some other sabers can't quite be used. So it depends. If you're using a longsword, though, yeah, you want the point to go in. But when a saber is crooked, perhaps getting the point actually online is a little bit more awkward, so you might want to push cut instead, depending on what your goal is. Fun fact as well is that every cut, technically speaking, is a draw cut or a push cut. It is not possible to cut without any motion forward or backward, even if it's slight. Even a hewing cut of a longsword is still technically one of those two cuts. Because the edge actually has to slide to cut into the target beyond just breaking the skin. Swaffle on the right. Yeah, you've got keyboard. Click on the window if it's still not working. And it might not seem intuitive at first that it has to be one of those two, but just think of how you cut stuff with a kitchen knife. You don't just cut straight down, you almost push cut with it, right? When you chop up vegetables and stuff. And if you're doing it right with a long sword or some other straight swords, it is much the same. Even if it is very slight, it's still just enough to cut into the target and just hew through it. But with curved blades, it's even more exaggerated, so to speak. Your hewing cuts are turned into effectively a big drawing motion, and that's why they cut so effectively. If it's curved the other way, sort of forward curve, then what you're doing is your chops end up becoming push cuts. And that's how they chop into the target so deeply. Because the weight is sort of forward curved instead. But anyway, back to the fight here. Fortunately, we don't have any forward curved swords in this game. It would be cool if we had a Yataghan. But looking at the fight here, Captain Adler with the Tarnowski, glad to see him focusing on that, as his Tarnowski has been incredible. Big slash trying to hit the hand. He does have a lead. And there's another hit to the head. Swaffle's got to be careful trading with Tarnowski. Otherwise, stuff like that is very likely to happen. Tarnowski is all about power. And switching the tempo on you when you least expect it. Oh, we had a chance to finish it there, I think. Swaffle neglecting to do so, and as a result, Captain Adler's still in it. He really wants that kill now, and thankfully he was too tired to respond. Nice sidestep though to a hand. Tarnowski is great at finding angles on you and just instantly capitalizing. And it's like I said, like Alex does much the same thing, it's just Alex is way faster. That's one of the big differences between the two. Alex is actually, and this is something that Russ Mitchell has talked about in Quest video. Quest did a bunch of interviews with him. And this was before Tarnowski came out. And what Russ Mitchell essentially said was that Alex plays a lot like a Dusak character already, with some of the horizontal cuts and the single tempos that he can do, and just the powerful cuts. So he actually said we don't need a Dusak character because of that. But I think Tarna plays quite a bit differently from Alex, so it's still a good thing we got him. But just the point being that they fill a similar niche, but Tarnowski is better balanced, is the difference there. Okay, Slothful now on the left. Somebody hit back, but that's fine. And Captain Adler on the right. Like, Alex is pretty much, if you gave Tarnowski a bunch of advantages and took away his disadvantages, like his movement speed, like the openings that he leaves, stuff like that. They're actually quite similar despite seeming to be so different at first. Nice hit to the head there. Nice hit there with Sava. Marie seeming to struggle. Ooh, nice hit there. I'm surprised Captain Adler has switched to Marie. I have to say, I don't know if he's trying to give his opponent a false sense of security, but I mean, we're seeing it play out here. Marie is just not it. Tarna is very fun. Yeah, like he's powerful, right? He has powerful cuts. He can mess you up with his timing. But if you actually go to play Tarnowski, you realize pretty quick that his timing works so differently from other characters. He's not a character where you can just throw random stuff and get stuff done with him. You'll actually get punished a lot of the time if you try that. So there's a skill to making that power work to your advantage in such an overwhelming way. Also, a good win there by Slothful. We're down to the last round. But yeah, that's kind of what I was saying. Like, he's so fun to play against because he's not unfair in any meaningful way. Not that Alex can't be fun to play against, of course. Piper has an amazing style that I love playing against with him. But nonetheless, even Piper's admitted, by the way, and Piper's like the Alex main. Like, he's admitted that Alex is a little bit busted, so That's not a controversial opinion even amongst people who play him. But yeah, it's just Tarnovsky's basically if Alex's damage was balanced. That doesn't mean Alex needs to be slowed down, though, of course. He definitely does. Like, his niche is that footwork, of course, and stuff like that. So I think he could have his damage reduced and his guard reduced in favor of that good footwork. And he'd still be a great character to play. Nice hit. And I'm not saying make his damage low, necessarily. Just, you know, make it bar bash levels, make it average, right? And that'll still get a lot of one-shot kills without being ridiculous. Anyway, back to the fight. Sava against Tarnovsky. Love to see this matchup. Nice upcut there, making it 3-2. Nice cut to the shoulder. Very dynamic fight now between these two characters. A clash of swords results in no hit, but he wraps around there, cutting high. And there's 2 more needed. Nice dagger thrust and another hit there, but it's a double still. Very good effort. Bunch of dagger thrusts there, but not able to secure the kill. Definitely did some damage, and the dagger thrust this time was out of measure and got punished. Oh, good sportsmanship there, as we do have that Sava bug still because it's the November version, but great job on his part to stand still and just let it play out. Nice, he ducked under and got that dagger stab. That's so satisfying to land when you do manage it. Dagger thrust out of measure. Unfortunately, he paid for it. I admire the effort, but it's so easy to whiff those and get punished. Would have been fantastic if it was landed, but I'm afraid that's it for Slothful. Slothful, thank you for competing. Captain Adler is able to take it in the end. And I hope to see you in future events. You did a great job today. Just, again, tough competition. Somebody's got to get eliminated at some point. Luck against John the Baptist now. Okay, they're both here. Okay, is Luck able to select? He is. John the Baptist. If you need keyboard, let me know. I forget if you had keyboard or controller. Alright, obviously controller in that case, because I heard it go. Click the window, by the way, if you can't select. Sometimes that's all you need to do. Okay, I'll try and back out maybe. Um, no, we don't need Steam. That's not what's going on. Are you on controller or keyboard? Okay, I'll just reset controllers then. Sometimes these things happen. There's no reason to switch to Steam just because it's not working right away. This is pretty normal with Parsec, so let's try this again. Alright, take the right now. Click the window. Sometimes that's what's happening too. You're not clicking the Parsec window and so it doesn't work. Uh, Maybe I'll restart the game as well. Yeah, it often does. It's often what you need to do if nothing else works. Alright, both able to select now. Let's see who they pick. Luck goes with... Yeah, he's on the left, so in fact... Looks like... I think he picked Jan, so let's see what he can do here. Yendrick from Baptist trying to really mix things up here. This can be a rough matchup for Jan, but Yendrick can also be a wild card, so you never know sometimes. With his powerful, overwhelming offense, sometimes he can make something happen, but for that offense, he trades a lot of defense because the axe is just not a... The axe isn't a fantastic defensive implement, so... We'll see what he can do with that axe, but... So far, Luck doing a great job. Nice hit there by Luck. Bit of a trade, but Luck still wins out in the end. High guard there from John the Baptist. Nice hit. Runs him right through with that stab. Nicely done. Tries to go for the jump, but he got impaled again. Yeah, it's a rough matchup for Yendrick. He's very tough to use. And a perfect thrust there. A little bit messy. Luck does get a flawless win here. But still another round to go. Luck is a very experienced opponent, so it's definitely not going to be easy for John the Baptist here. He's obviously experimenting a little bit with characters, trying to see if he can throw Luck off, which is understandable, especially if you're not sure who to use. But you're still not done yet. Still got another round to play out, at the very least. Maybe two, if John the Baptist is able to pull something off. Barabash against Gideon, very interesting. Glad to see Luck using Barabash. I think he's a character that really suits Luck's playstyle. Let's see what John the Baptist can do with Gideon. Thrust aimed at the head there, and then the belly lunge to follow it up, overwhelming the guard. Gideon's defense is not always the best. Gideon has some new voiceovers. We don't hear them very often because Gideon's not super popular, but I do like them. Belly lunge to the gut there. Does not quite get the kill, but gets some damage in, takes some stamina off. It's definitely a battle of speed. Not to say Gideon is slow, but Barabash is definitely a little bit faster, so it's speed versus power, I would say. Good feint by Luck, and it's a double actually. He did a snap cut, which was able to force the double. And a push cut there to the head. Bunch of hits by Luck. Most of them are parried actually, but one did connect. Belly lunge by Luck. I like what Luck's doing. He's playing against Gideon very intelligently here because he knows he can't out-trade him. So he's moving in and out, getting these quick cuts in, and just whittling him down safely. But actually, he's showing some aggression at times too. When he notices the opponent's very passive, he just goes in and gets a hit. Very good pressure style with Barabash. Very nice by Luck, able to backdash out of the belly lunge perfectly there. It's actually very tough for John the Baptist to deal with this. A bunch of quick attacks there by Luck. The Thunder Punch is feinted into the back Y. It's very, very tough for Gideon to deal with as he gets frame trapped by a lot of these. Back Y. Again, Luck just slowly picking his opponent apart, but still applying pressure the whole time. Billy Lynch doesn't connect somehow. I'm actually very surprised because he was tired, but Luck finishes it. And Luck needs one more to eliminate John the Baptist from the event. Again, tough competition, especially against somebody like Luck. If John the Baptist is eliminated, he doesn't have to feel bad about that. But I do hope he sticks with the game, and I hope he had some fun this event. And you never know, maybe he'll pull off an upset, but it's going to be tough. He needs a clean hit, though. 3 clean hits, at least, to make a potential comeback happen the next round. But Luck is frame trapping him with those snap cuts, and he's not sure how to respond to that. Bunch of cuts there, but Luck is being measured, yet still just aggressive enough to keep that pressure on, and he gets it in the end. But still a good effort by John the Baptist. And now we've got Piper against Oak, which is a really exciting fight. One of these great veterans will have to be eliminated today. Right here, right now. Perhaps a little bit earlier than these two would have liked, but that is what it is. And the winner will have to fight Luck. So it's actually a very, very tough time of it, I think, for a lot of people in the loser's bracket. It really doesn't get easier when you're down there a lot of the time. Oh, hang on. I don't think I switched the name. So I'll let you guys select characters, then I'll do that real quick. Piper will be on the left. Oak will be on the right. Yeah, the winner's bracket's not looking easy either. I mean, after all, the people in the winner's bracket are the people who've survived such tough competition to get to that point. Oak with the first flag, a little bit messy looking at first, but thankfully he didn't get hit. Oak with another one, vicious, punishing that whiff by Piper out of measure. Nice upcut. Yazuk has underrated upcuts, they're actually pretty good. They cover his head sometimes too, and there's one upcut he can transition into a thrust from as well. And that's another flag for Oak. Piper has to change something, as when momentum is not on his side, he often sort of spontaneously combusts, is how I would put it. It's like, he's very aggressive, and he's very good at being aggressive, but if that fails, it's like he doesn't often have a follow-up to that. He really has to lock in to recover from something like that. And against somebody as good as Oak, that's not easy to do. As Oak is absolutely relentless when he sees a kill shot. Punch there by Piper, that's what he needs. He needs a way to get momentum back on his side. The snap cut somehow not landing, but they do trade afterwards. And Oak is tired, and there's a stab to the face as Piper was spamming long guard before he did it. And Oak hits the head instantly there. Yazuk's speed proving very helpful despite Alex's guard. Yazuk has a good guard of his own too, which also helps. Oh yeah, Oak, he lands one hit and he follows it up with a bunch of other hits. Yazuk is also very good at sidestepping actually, despite his, on paper, his limited mobility. He can actually make up for that with some of his moves. Piper going with Hassan now. With elimination on the line, he decides to make a switch. Let's see what happens. Alex didn't go super well for him, so it's understandable. His Hassan is also very good, but that combination, Oak punishes it perfectly. Very good defense by Oak. And Yazuk is able to match or even surpass Hassan's speed, so it actually might be very difficult for Piper here. Plus his guard is more solid. Piper has to find some way to make these chains work, which I think against Yazuk, especially that Yazuk as good as Oak, is not easily done. That upcut connects. Again, like I said, those upcuts shield Yazuk very well, and they hit the arm. So they work really well as an offensive tool, but also as a tool to immediately single tempo in one go. And right from that upcut, Yazuk can also throw a thrust to the face, so it's a very nice move. Piper somehow getting the double out of that. Alex might have been the better pick in hindsight, but we'll see if he can still get some momentum on his side. As Oak goes low and then immediately comes in with that combination surgically delivered to Piper's head. Piper tries a grab, but it does not work. Thankfully, he didn't get hit. That was very scary there. Piper nearly lost the whole match there, and remember that elimination for these two is on the line. And that's it. Unfortunately for Piper, Oak has eliminated him. Very fast-paced fight, but in the end, Oak had a very clear advantage, it looks like, so he takes it and moves on to fight Luck. And it looks like that will be in a little bit. First, we're doing Captain Adler against Insigne, as we're still in the losers bracket. And right now we're down to the final 8 participants, if you can believe it. Soon we'll be down to 6 people right after these 2 matches. So the tourney's winding down. I know it's a little bit long, but that's to be expected with this many people. And there really isn't a better format for this, because if we did round robin, it'd be even longer because you'd do so many fights. And a marathon round robin could be fun, I suppose, but I just can't imagine how many hours that would take. So, like on paper, it sounds great, like so many fights, a lot of amazing moments, but I think everybody would just get way too exhausted, and we wouldn't have the time to do something like that. A lot of people have other stuff they want to do, especially today, I imagine. So, I think Tao was right though to not host the his event on Wednesday though. I suspect the turnout for that one would have been bad. The one for this one was good because we've sort of done the New Year's Eve celebration stuff, but plus Tao was away too, I'm sure. He was probably away with family, so there's also that as well. He just wasn't available. But it probably would not have been the best turnout anyway. Okay, going with Barabash, which I think is a pretty decent choice here. But Captain Adler's Tarnowski has been fantastic today, so it's going to be a tough opponent here for Insigny. Upcut there, immediately punished as Insigny tries to go with that low cut combo, but that is the issue with it, is it doesn't do a lot of damage. It's a very forcing move that can get past the guard very well, but the trade-off is you don't do a lot of damage. So you have to set it up. You can't just throw it whenever you want. It's probably because it happened so fast, Plebeian, as fights with Piper often do, but Oak took it pretty decisively. The Alex versus Yazuk was more disputed, but the Hassan versus Yazuk was just brutal precision by Oak, and Piper just couldn't find an answer. And wow, perfect tempo switch there. Unfortunately, we cannot do a rematch of the same sides. Captain Adler won that round pretty decisively. I think that was a mistake, and it happens. He's the best of us, so it's not a huge deal. I have to switch the names anyway, so it's not like we're wasting any time or anything like that. And it doesn't take that much longer to click through the menu. We used to have to do this every time, by the way. Like after every round, we had to go back and click through each of the menus to actually get to the next fight if we wanted to switch sides. And actually, there was a time where we didn't even have the rematch button too. The rematch button didn't exist, so you'd be brought back to the character selection, and you'd have to select the characters every time. But if you had to switch sides, you had to go back through the menus and click through. It is pretty tedious. We lived with it at the time because that's what we had, but looking back, it is a pretty tedious thing to deal with. So Insigny going with Jan here. Jan is a good pick against Tarnowski on paper, but like I said before, Captain Adler just fantastic with Tarnowski, so it's not going to be as simple as picking the correct character. He's doing a great job of breaking up the tempo when Insigny least expects it. Tries to thrust there, but he long guards it. Big splash there. Immediately landing a hit. And Insigny needs to change something. He's getting a little bit past it, but then he goes for the dash thrust, which Captain Adler didn't expect. But he long guards the corkscrew. Very nicely done. That is how you should defend against it. The punch interrupts the sidestep here is done from too close, but Captain Adler is gassed out, but so is Insigny. They're both getting very gassed out. Captain Adler has to be very careful with these whiffs as he might get punished. Now he's tired. He ducks out of the way of the push thrust, but he does get killed in the end. That was crazy. That was a very clippable moment, I think. He just leaned his head back, anime style, and dodged that thrust. That was so cool. But he does get a flag back. That was amazing. Be able to watch it back thanks to YouTube delay. That's Tarnowski's like body sway movement saving his butt right there. Very Meyer style right there. And there it is, he takes it. Amazing performance by Captain Adler, and Insignificance just didn't have an answer. But thank you for competing, Insignificance. You're another rising star. The issue you're running into now is that there are a bunch of other rising stars in this event. So, somebody has to lose at some point, and unfortunately today it was you. But you did great, and you continue to surprise us, so keep attending these events. But yeah, that dodge with the body sway was incredible. Very clip worthy, I would say. Even though it didn't lead to much in the end, it was just very anime. And it reminds me of something that one of the HEMA masters over where I live did when they were. It was like in the early 2000s, and they essentially didn't even have German sources to work from. They were just sort of recreating stuff themselves because they had nothing else to work with at the time. They were trying to reconstruct spear fencing, and um, one of the one of the master's brothers was essentially sparring spear on spear with him, and he managed to head bob a bunch of spear thrusts just by chance, and it was pretty funny to watch. And I think I've posted that old footage at some point, but it was amazing how many spear thrusts he managed to head bob. And he didn't end up managing to come back from that. He was still on the back foot, so eventually he got hit anyway, but it was a pretty damn solid effort. Obviously, they were messing around too, but sometimes crazy stuff happens like that, even in real life. When on paper, dodging a spear, obviously, not so easy, but crazy shit happens sometimes. Oak on the left, Luck on the right. No surprise, it's Yazik, but Luck deciding to go Yan. Let's see if Oak can destroy another veteran. Yeah, I'm back, just was texting somebody briefly. But so far, Luck doing great with Yan. Nice exchanges here. Shaping up to be a great fight so far. A nice back and forth. But Oak is able to take that flag as Luck gets tired. Luck's active style is fantastic, don't get me wrong, but sometimes it does lead to using all of Yan's stamina. But the advantages of the style often outweigh the disadvantages in that regard, certainly. He's pretty good at managing his stamina most of the time. But when you start exchanging and you start taking hits and stuff like that, that's where it can become very tough to manage stamina. And when it comes to these players at the high level, that's usually why you'll see stamina get completely expended. It's not because they're throwing too many attacks per se, it's more that they've taken a hit, so their max stamina has been decreased. To simulate the fact that in taking a hit, you're in pain, you're losing blood, like these types of things are happening to you, so you're not fighting quite as effectively as you otherwise would. But there's a hit by Luck. They've both taken hits now, and you can see that is what's causing the stamina to decrease there, but Luck is able to take it in the end. Very nice opening to this fight. And Luck switching to Barabash, I guess for the extra speed, which makes a lot of sense. Yazuk is basically among the fastest sabers in the game, so you need another fast saber oftentimes like Barabash if you want to compete with his speed in the most effective way possible. Jan has the reach, but he is a bit slower than Yazuk and a bit slower than Barabash. Not to say he's slow though, Jan is still pretty fast, but not quite as fast as these speed demons here and some other characters. And you can see here Luck throwing a lot of snap cuts. There's a chop to the arm. Oak landed a hit of his own though. And the sidestep to belly lunge was beautiful by Luck. That's not something that I do very often. Like, it's basically something that he has started doing with Barabash. Not only does he like belly lunging, but he will actually sidestep and then go low to set it up. And it works pretty well. A lot of people expect the snap cut, not the belly lunge, to come out. But Luck does also do the snap cut sometimes after the dash. And there we go, he just did it there to demonstrate it to us. Luck is a very fast player, like I've said. You can see he's actually outpacing Oak right now, who is not a slow player in his own right. He's actually a very fast player, but Luck's speed is something else. He has that Gen Z sort of reaction time in his favor. I say that like I'm not part of Gen Z, but I'm like borderline between that and millennial, so I think my mindset is more of that of a millennial, given the stuff that I'm seeing from the younger Gen Z folks who grow up with stuff like iPad and stuff. Ooh, Luck got the hand there because of that sidestep. I don't think Oak expected that. I didn't either, to be honest, but it actually landed. It is nice to see angles like that mattering, though. Like, hand snipes are a big part of saber combat, so if you're getting a good angle, it should, I think, benefit you. Yazuk's sword also doesn't have the best hand protection, so from that perspective, it makes some sense as well. Still, it did kind of surprise me. Definitely, because Yazuk often blocks a lot of stuff like that still. Oak is trying to make this 1-1 here. He is a little bit ahead. Sidestep attempt there, but he pays for it a little bit too slow, which isn't something you often say when talking about Luck, but that move was a little bit too slow. Double. If somebody inherited Warden's approach to Hellish Quart, I would say Luck is probably chief among them. And that's very high praise, by the way, because Warden was legendary back in the day with how fast he played and just the stuff he would do. But Oak is able to secure a hit to the head, and it is 1-1. Yeah, so far, top level saber fighting by both of them, resulting in a very disputed fight. Goes back to longsword though. That is Luck's true main. That's also part of the reason, by the way, why I said he inherited Oak's way of fighting. Actually, not Oak's, Warden's way of fighting, is because he loves Isabella and plays a ton of Isabella. And it's worth noting that Warden also occasionally played sabers like Jan, so they have a lot in common actually. But I would say Luck in some ways is even faster than what Warden used to do. And it pays off well sometimes. That quick thrust there is able to land a bit of an exchange. Luck is actually the one tired though because Isabella's stamina is not the best, and Oak gets a nice sidestep. Yazuk can often be a bit of a counter to Isabella, so Luck will have to lock in. He might actually have done better with Jan, but we'll see. Luck can still pull off some amazing stuff with Isabella. He does beat the... That was the upcut and the thrust that I was talking about, which is often a very good single tempo, but Luck was able to just beat it aside with that longsword, which makes sense. He has the leverage to do that, so... realistically speaking, so it does make sense. And he was able to get the kill in the end. It is a tough attack actually to beat aside though, because that curve is just coming straight to your face. So you have to be quick if you're going to beat it down. And actually wins the trade there as Oak got a perfect hit to the head. Luck has to lock in here. The snap cut trying to punish that stand switch results in a double. Ooh, the combination there, absolutely brutal by Oak. Nice punish by Luck as Oak tried to go low. That's why opening the leg cut is always risky. But if it worked, it would have netted Oak quite a lead, and it would have got him very close to winning, so I don't blame him for taking that risk to try and close it out here, but it looks like Luck is getting momentum back, and so now it is not so clear that Oak will actually win this. Only a 1 flag difference now as Luck is trying to play more precisely now to punish Oak's mistakes. Making use of Isabella's fundamentals, that retreat cut saving Luck's butt there, but Oak is still able to overwhelm him with those side steps. That was a great try by Luck, but it just wasn't enough. And they both try to quickly snipe each other there. You can see how fast Luck is of Isabella, who is not really known for speed, but he makes use of her fastest attack very well to match Oak's Yazuk. Brutal sequence of cuts there by Oak, and Luck is very patient, trying to punish with the thrust. That was a great idea, but it just didn't work. And then there's the upcut to the hand. Oh, yeah. Nasty work by Oak. I think Luck did a great job trying to punish that. It's just that Yazuk's defense was too much, and Oak eventually got the hand. In the end, Isabella actually turned out to be pretty decent. Oak was just able to win it in the end. Great job by both of you, and an amazing fight to watch. And now we've got a beer against Plebeian. Alright, a beer on the left, plebeian on the right. Some talk about Irish cuisine in the Discord. And how, well, some people are arguing that it's not particularly impressive, which I can understand. It's not really my thing either. I prefer like spicy stuff and all the rest of it. But I do think they do have some wholesome food over there, so you can at least give them that. But I understand, like on the world stage, like Irish cuisine typically is not that highly regarded compared to some others, even within Europe. So, you know, like the Italians get all the credit and the French and stuff like that. And people who are very cultured might be familiar with Portuguese cuisine and how good that stuff is, Spanish cuisine. Not a lot of attention given to Ireland, but I'm sure they do have some good stuff out there, but it just isn't the... If you're looking for very spicy, adventurous food, it's probably not quite what you're looking for. Ooh, a double. Nice sidestep there, making it 2-2. Oh, nicely done by Plebeian. Another one, nice. Love that laugh. Plebeian with another one, Plebeian on fire. Big splash by Plebeian. I think that's an attempt to bait a beer in, but he does not bite. Good. Oh, he feints the sidestep though. That might have been a good chance to land it, but he's already lost that chance. Plebeian with a nice cut. Another sidestep, a bit out of measure. Low guard by Plebeian. Excellent bait there. He takes it. Alright, switch sides. We are in the winner's bracket, of course, so elimination is at least not on the line, but obviously these fighters do not want to give up this chance to get further into the winner's bracket. Better to lose later, I think, if you're going to lose at all. And there's a nice thrust by Plebeian. Plebeian just dominating this fight so far of Zera. It definitely, like the practice that he's been undertaking with Zera is definitely showing. Definitely putting in the hours lately. And there's an absolutely brutal combination. Nice low thrust there. A beer determined to put up a fight here. Low thrust again. And there's the YY cut. A beer has switched to Yan, by the way. I think he wants the superior reach compared to Barabash to match some of what Plebeian's doing here. So he traded a little bit of speed, but he got reach in turn, and Yan is still, in many ways, faster than Zera, depending on the move, of course, so might prove to be a better choice. But we'll see the trick shot is countered, and so are the follow-ups. Nice sidestep by Plebeian. The trick shot, again, not the best of moves. He might have wanted the corkscrew, but Plebeian, to be fair, did get pretty close, so it might not have been effective either way. It's very easy to accidentally use the trick shot as a Yan player, compared to Barabash, where that's his only X input move from long guard. Nice feints by both of them. They're both trying to catch each other in a mistake. Nice low thrust again. Parries that push cut there, the upcut. Plebeian's got to watch his stamina though, as a beer is looking to pounce on this opportunity. Sidestep by a beer, and just that subtle movement to the side is able to get him out of harm's way. And then he runs him through the belly there. Trying to thrust low, it looks like. And then another thrust down to the hand. Nice by a beer, as a beer looks to make this 1-1. Plebeian trying to go for an early kill, though, to get momentum back in his side. That would have been decisive, I think, potentially, if he managed to get that. Still gets the thrust in the end. This is pretty huge, as it is now not so clear that a beer will actually take this round. And if he doesn't, he will be sent to the loser's bracket, nearly punishing the whiff there. Plebeian waits. Very good patience on his part. He does get another flag out of that. Very nicely done. Down to the last flag. A beer doesn't want to lose this one as they trade hits there. Not ideal. Tries to punish that whiff, but I think Plebeian was ready, so it might not have been so easy. There's a chop there trying to harass the guard. Upcut into thrust, and they trade again, but Zera managing to come out on top. Very close round. Plebeian taking both rounds, though. Decisive win. But a great effort by a beer. Castar will now have to fight me in the winner's bracket. And then we'll head down to the loser's bracket, as at that point the bracket down there will have been finalized. That's the cool thing about double elimination, is people can meet each other more than once. A beer fought Oak way back in the beginning match of the tournament, actually, as they're discussing in the Discord. And now they're going to meet so far into the loser's bracket. Oh, you want Steam? Yeah, that's fine. Appreciate the reminder. As for the sides, Castar gets the left, I get the right. Alright, Castar is here. Alright, go ahead and take the left side. There you go. And good luck, Castar. Some lag maybe? Alright, I'll back off, don't worry. I was just in the middle of throwing a cut is all, so I almost hit you there. I'm glad I didn't. Alright, GG. Castar will be in the losers bracket now, but he's not out of the tournament just yet. We've got a beer versus Oak first, though. And then Castar against Captain Adler, and then I will fight Plebeian. Okay, a beer on the left, Oak on the right. Alright, once more, I'll be right back. If I'm not back in time, you guys know the drill. Just keep fighting, switch sides. Alright, I'm back. And it looks like they haven't finished the round yet, although it seems like an active fight from what I'm seeing so far. Very fast saber characters, fast players as well. A beer hoping to not be eliminated, but he got punished for trying that chop. There it is. Oak takes the first round. Reminder as well that Oak was eliminated from the winner's bracket right from the get-go, so he's obviously looking for some redemption after that upset. And that's not to say Abir is a bad player or anything like that, but he is newer, and Oak obviously has quite a reputation for being an absolute demon with whatever character he picks up, so it is a pretty huge win for Abir is what I'm saying, and it goes to show how far he's come. But that does mean that Oak is going to take this fight seriously now, and when that happens, tough fight for anybody, quite frankly, not just the beer. I wouldn't want to fight an oak who's bad determined either. And it's very, very likely I'll lose in that case. And another surgical kill by Oak. Those side steps are just brutal. Bit of a clash of blades there. Why? And the upcut lands perfectly. Nicely done by Oak. Tries to go low there. A beer punishes it right away. But you can definitely tell momentum is on Oak's side here. As Abir is trying to play catch up. Goes low, beautiful, but isn't close enough to follow it up. Still, that hit was decisive, I think. And Abir is able to get another flag as a result. Love the dashing to the side, the snap cut. That's a very good idea. Dodges the snap cut just barely with that too. That was great. And he got a leg cut for his trouble. But there's a kick by Oak as Oak lands another hit. Oak trying to finish it as Abir is tired, but Oak gets tired before he can finish it. And Abir did the wise thing there, I would say, by moving back. Maybe Oak needed to do a flesh there. It's hard to say. Like just to dash in and quickly try to get that kill. But it is a risky idea. Tries to go low. This time Oak blocks it. Left foot forward stems. Oak is able to take the hand from there, actually. That was a really precise cut. Snap cut to the head. Oak needs 2 more now. This is quite a hill for Abir to climb. And a reminder that if he fails to do that, he will be eliminated this time. Sniped in the hand. Abir's definitely making this a fight, even with the flag disparity. It's just that Oak is on fire this fight. Sidestep by Abir, but he can't quite follow it up. He needed a faster follow-up, I think. Maybe just a regular wide cut or something. And that's a double, unfortunately, so that damage was all for nothing. Snap cut there. Good try, but Oak is trying to snipe that hand in turn, so he has to be careful going for these quick cuts, as Yazuk can match his speed readily. Good exchange, but Abir again, the momentum clearly not on his side, as he tries to desperately go for a leg cut, but it just wasn't the right time. Oak needs 1 more, and you can tell how confident he is. He just marches forward, trying to get that flag. There's a punch. Oak cannot reach him in time, but he keeps going with the combination. That's the thing. If Oak sees a kill shot or an opportunity, he will pursue it until he gets it. And so, unfortunately, Abir is eliminated right there, but very good effort, Abir. You got very far in this tournament. It's a lot of people to fight in this tournament to get where you got, so very well done. And again, you beat Oak in the opening, so I mean, that's a huge achievement as well. That's a good point as well, Plebeian, like fighting veteran players back to back, which unfortunately at this point is going to be inevitable for the players left. It's not easy. It's never easy even for a veteran player. Castar against Captain Adler now. And it's not going to get easy for any of them going forward. No, Oak just played very well. That's all it is. Oak is very, very relentless when you make even the slightest of mistakes. Sometimes you don't even realize you've made a mistake until you take a hit to the hand. And I know that from experience. Oak is a relentless player in that way. Okay, Castar on the left, Captain on the right. And we'll head up to the winners bracket, I think, after this one, so that I can do my fight against Plebeian, just to break things up a little bit. Castar on the left. Oh, can I use Steam? Of course, yeah. Yeah, you didn't have to join. You could have just let me know. It's all good. One moment, Captain Adler. I'm just going to get him a Steam link. Yeah, everybody's guilty of it at some point. We're not perfect. We're human. It is what it is. But yeah, like Jesus is right as well. It is what it is, but I know he has the best of intentions though. There's definitely far worse people you can be uh than that. But it's all good. It actually can, that's true. Yeah, but tilt is also a human experience, so it is worth keeping in mind as well. But Abir, you did amazing though. Like to be clear, like did a fantastic job with both Jan and Barabash. So Abir, you did amazing. Oh, whoops! I meant to, didn't click that. It just loads. Steam is crashing as well. Here, I'll send you another one. It could have just expired right when you tried to join it. That happens sometimes as well. No, it's fine. I just need to get you a link real quick. I think Steam is being a little strange, but if it crashes again, or if Steam fails again, though, we can switch back to Parsec. How about that? Okay, still the same thing? Alright, yeah, maybe Steam is shitting the bed, which happens sometimes, unfortunately. But you can, I think it's mostly, like Castor was saying, he mostly just gets crashes, so. Yeah, it kind of sucks, but like at least it's not catastrophic, I guess. Okay, so Castor again, you're on the left. Oh, what the hell? That was weird. Brought up some weird interface briefly, but we're good to go. Don't think you guys on the stream saw it. Are you on keyboard or something, or maybe you just need to reset gamepads? Exchange of cuts there. Really cool matchup, by the way, Sava against Tarnowski. Just reading what Piper's saying. Such a troll, but in the best way possible. Puts a smile on your face. Good hit to the arm there. And a good thrust to the body. Captain Adler for slight lead. Castor doing great though.
No, attack.
Adler of the first round. Sorry, I was just texting because there was some buddies. Also getting dinner sorted too. Because we're actually getting to that time pretty soon. I'm thinking some Chinese food. Well, it's technically Indo-Chinese, but you know, potato, potato. I mean, it's not wrong to call it Chinese, but imagine Chinese food with Indian spices and some like Indian dishes thrown in too. Pretty damn good stuff. And it is a fusion that actually exists in the world too, along the border between those two countries, which is quite a powder keg, but I won't get into that. But yeah, there's some amazing food that comes out of that specific region in southern China and northern India. So anyway, good exchange between these two. Nice tactical fight. Isn't able to quite get the kill, and it's a double. The blade barely coming in to parry that. Nice cut to the arm there. Another hit by Captain Adler. Yeah, this Tarnovsky is quite a prospect, I have to say. Reminds me a lot of Landsknecht. That shank combination was beautiful. Perfectly executed. Saw some damage numbers there, which you don't typically see. That some moves are bugged such that they sometimes show them. That was kind of an interesting one. And now it's actually an even round. Wow, nice intercept with that blade. Single tempo, but no kill. Perfect hit to the arm. Captain Adler looking for a whiff punish, I think. But a nice sidestep. And yeah, the trade does not favor him there. As he moved into that cut. Tried to get a kill, but Castor just couldn't quite do it. And now Castor faces elimination unless he can dig in here. There's a hit. Rushed out of measure, trying to bait him in a little bit. Yeah, these two are doing fantastic. It's a double, but regardless, Captain Adler maintains that lead. Nice. Yeah, neither fighter wants to give up a flag here. Thrust is dodged. Nice try to punish it, but good defense by Captain Adler. Thrust by Captain Adler, very fancy one. That's the cool thing about Tourney as well. He's just a very fancy character. And the trade is messy, but he does take it in the end. Good fight, guys. Captain Adler takes it. But Castar, you came very far in this tournament. You should be proud. This is one of the harder tournaments that we've hosted because of the sheer number of players and the number of talented players, both veterans and prospects. So very well done. Glad you came out and hope to see you continue to develop your skills. Okay, Plebeian will take the left to start us off. I'll take the right. Very excited for this one. We've been sparring a little bit this week. I was gonna be a bit more active with that, just like playing casual matches, but then other games once more distracted me, including Def Duel VR, which we'll be doing a joint event for very soon, actually, because then there's Friday. I think Venator's doing something, but I'm not sure. But for sure, we got the USFC, and right after, and actually that day will be the DDVR event, which will happen after the USFC, and we'll get to bet on some of the matches. And then from there, we'll do the regular Hellish Quart tournament that I usually do. So it'll be just like this in format. Whether it'll be round robin or double elimination will just depend on the numbers we have. Anyway, I'll focus on the fight now. Love it. We were sparring with Barabash earlier, so that choice actually makes sense. Good luck, Plebeian. Let's make this one good. Ooh, I think I canceled the chop last minute. Nice upcut. And GG, that was a great fight. Yeah, so canceling there was a mistake, and Plebeian actually advances, so nicely done. Oak against Captain Adler now. Neither opponent is an opponent I'm especially excited to fight, just because I know that if I mess it up, it is very possible that either one of these fighters can take me out. So, but GG, that was a great fight. And right after this fight, one of them will have to fight me, depending on who wins. So, yeah, it definitely was the right plan, I would say. The Bara went much better. All right, go ahead, guys. I'll be right back. right and back. Looks like a disputed fight between these two, but Captain Adler doing fantastic, being ahead by one flag now though, as Oak managed to snag one back. Going low there, nice low cut by Oak, very quick. Comes out of nowhere, that cut. And there's another one, the upcut is beautiful. Thrust attempt there doesn't quite pay off, but a nice try. Oak punishing that whiff perfectly. Single tempo. Perfect cut, the thrust there by Oak. And Oak needs one more to secure this round. It is pretty huge. And there it is, cut in the sidestep. This is a fight for, at minimum, 3rd place. Obviously, if you win and keep winning, you can win the whole tournament. So there's a lot up for grabs in this fight. It's very, very important to deciding how this tournament will go for everybody involved. Ooh, clash of swords there to start off. Love it, but Oak immediately out-positioning Captain Adler there. Upcut attempted there. Nice low cut attempt by Oak. Definitely a good fight as well, these exchanges. But yeah, I think the speed that Yazuk has is Captain Adler's biggest problem here. He does have the power advantage, it's nice angles he can use, but the speed that Yazuk can punish him at is just brutal. Ooh, it's a double. Nice cut to the hand by Captain Adler, making it 2-2. Cut to the head, making it 3-3. Captain Adler playing a bit of catch-up, but making it even like this against somebody like Oak is still really impressive. And there it is, he gets a lead, yet again. Let's see if he can hang on to that lead this time. Gonna be very important that he wins this round. There's another one. Captain Adler might be able to close this round. Bit of a feint. Exchange. Captain Adler looking for that opening as they both close into really ultra close range and don't actually throw anything as they stare each other down. There's the crooked thrust after the cut. Nicely done by Oak. Throwing him off and hitting the face. Oak marches confidently forward despite the difference here and actually does get some damage because that punch didn't end up doing much for that. There's another punch but can't reach Oak in time. Perfect backdash. Oak is playing this really, really well as Oak is determined to just win this round, move on to the next fight against me, and then looks to win the whole thing. But it's not going to be so simple as Captain Adler gets another flag and is looking to make this 1-1. And if he does that, Oak's life became that much harder. There's a snap cut by Oak though. An arm sidestep there, a little bit risky, but sometimes you gotta take those risks. Unfortunately for Oak though, he is not able to get the kill. So Captain Adler actually makes this 1-1. see what happens here. Nice hit there. Nice exchange, holy crap. And nobody's been hit until that moment there, where Oak landed a quick cut. That was cinematic. Yeah, it's been great. Great tournament. Hope to see more events like this, more people. Oak needs one more though to secure it. He's managed to secure an advantage. Will Captain Adler make a comeback though? There's one. Alright, let's see what he can do. I'm predicting it right now. He's gonna win it. He's not only gonna come back, he's gonna win it. I believe in you, Captain Adler. Let's do this. I'm locked in with that prediction. Oh no! I cursed him. But GG. Oh man, I thought there was some hope there. I genuinely did, but we're talking about Oak here. But Captain Adler, seriously, you did fantastic, alright? Like, Oak is a tough opponent. Don't feel bad for losing to him. You made it very far to 4th place. Fantastic job. Alright, you scared some people with that Tarnowski, even some veteran players, so that is not easy to do. I hope to see you in more events. That was a great Tarnowski. Well, I would say we do have a solid competitive scene, but you're right. Like, it's a shame that we have to switch versions all the time, right? And stuff like that, just to have a playable game, but that's where we're at. I get what you're saying though, like the game isn't perfect and we're having to switch versions to find the optimal version. In a perfect world, Kubel would be focused on, mechanics, on stuff like that, but and characters, but unfortunately that's not where the focus is right now. Oak, if you're ready to go, you are. Excellent. Let's do it. Yeah. Certainly, as far as the players go, the competitive scene is great. As far as the game, depends on the version. Anyway, I'll focus on this fight. This is pretty serious stuff here. That's just it, there isn't a focus. So the one commenter asking about that. That's the problem, there is no focus right now with the development. Yes, I'm aware about the names, by the way. It's just I don't want to interrupt the fight right now, so. Yeah, thanks for letting me know about the names though. I fixed that. Turns out I didn't have to move Oak's name since I messed that up. It's okay. Yeah, so it was Oak versus me, and I was on the left to start off for viewers who are unaware. Thunder Punch was risky, but I had to end it with a bang, so went for it. GG Oak. What the heck? Why is challenge being weird? Okay. It put me on a tourney bracket generator for some reason, but we're back. You guys don't see that because the game is being captured. But GG Oak. Well, plebeian, here we are. Looks like we got some fights to do, and if the first fight between us is any indicator, it'll definitely be awesome. Who will win though, who knows? Wish you good luck. There's no other fights we can do. We're in the finals. Yeah, and Pleb has the advantage because he hasn't lost yet. So I have to, if I'm gonna win this, I have to lock in. Oh, no, I'm still on the right side, so that's good. All right, you're on the left, of course, plebeian, because I haven't lost. Yeah, good luck, plebeian. Hoping for a great fight, whatever happens. Right, nice second round. Very good effort. The tough part there for Zera is that his hand is always a target for me, and I'm able to use my mobility to get out of the way of anything that he tries to do, pretty much, it feels like. Especially because I know Plebeian so well. I know typically what he's going to do and when he's going to do it because we've sparred so much, and the same goes for him as well, but because Zera is so much slower, he's playing catch up the whole time, so it's a rough matchup for sure. All right, we're not switching sides because now I'm on top in the bracket, so one more fight, Plebeian. Good luck. We're gonna do the Barabash mirror now, which will be a lot of fun. Alright, GG, plebeian. Amazing bar bash. Don't let that score fool you. Like, especially in our first fight, you showed me that you've got a lot of potential of bar bash. So keep working at that, and you'll get better. And one day you'll beat me in the bar mirror consistently, I'm sure, one of these days. So, like, obviously you beat me the first time we met. A shame that you weren't on that roll, I think, when you were in the finals, because if you were, then it would have been a very, very tough hill to climb and you could have won the tournament. So, I mean, you definitely have what it takes to be a champion, but unfortunately today it just didn't happen that way. But you did fantastic overall, got second place in such a tough, tough tournament, it has to be said. Did better than Oak, got a good second place and some points, so GG's. Yeah, and honestly, you beat my bar bash earlier, so I think if we like replayed this fight, you definitely could have won it. So like yeah, especially like that last fight that we did before, that first fight, it was if that bar bash was in the finals, you definitely would have done it. But that's how it goes. Sometimes you fight somebody again, and it's just the other person does better. I'm not sure if there was a particular reason why. Maybe I just got lucky a few times and it collapsed from there. I don't know. But that's how it goes. I find with a lot of good players, that's just how it happens. That essentially who wins depends on who happens to get a better position early in the fight. And that's all there is to it sometimes. Maybe the Zera pick caused momentum to go in my favor. I'm not sure. But I don't blame you for giving it a try. And that second Zera fight definitely was close. So, but with that, I'll end the tournament. I won't keep you guys any longer. GG's, fantastic beginning to the new year. Amazing tournament. Great turnout, great fights. What can I say? This turned out as good as it could have, I think. The connection was smooth, didn't have too many technical issues, so I'm glad it turned out so well. Anyway, as you can see, the time there, we're getting to dinner time for me, so I'm gonna go get that sorted out. And with that, I'll see you guys next time.